morning, family. How are y'all doing, Soul Tribe? How are y'all doing, everyone out there? Did you guys enjoy your weekend? I want to start off by saying, although you know I don't agree with war, giving thanks to all of those veterans who have protected all of us during whatever stages of war, because we know that there always are attacks and attempts on the civilians, right? Because we are the casualties of any war when it comes down to what it is that our governments are doing, right? But nonetheless, that was over the weekend. Today is Tuesday, and we are going forward with the rest of this week. It's a lot of things that are going on. They always are going on. All of those things that we consider to be life, that we call life. But we got some dates that we need to look at today. The 28th. 28 is 10. We're going to get into that. What I hear when I hear 10, thinking about that spades table, right? We're playing spades and any 10 within any suit, whether it's the clubs, whether it's the hearts, the diamonds, or the spades, is considered a 10. But what is that 10? We hear it, we'll say it. Attention on the board, right? And then if you are an avid spades player, you're very good, or you just learning, you know that that 10 could do something. And then we thinking about the 10. What is it? In scientific world, we got the one and the zero. We talking about binary codes and stuff like that, right? But we're not going to get off into those things. We're going to talk about the things that are relating to the 10 that are in our practical everyday lives, because not all of us are out here trying to be explorative with the notions of those codes, right? Some of us don't even realize what part they play in our lives, but we see them all the times. And on the increase of that allotment to that number, that specific unit that consists of those numbers, one and zero, right? You have to think about it. The zero comes before the one. What is the zero? The starting point. What we could consider that starting point. It could be a launching pad, or it can be a pad where you are landing. So it can be a launching and a landing pad for that zero. Why is it so? Because most of everything that you see that's being projected, right, it has to go through something. So, what is that also? The binary code for life. When you're dealing with the masculine and feminine energies, the one and the zero. He holds the one, she holds the zero. Think about it on a deeper level physically, so we can get into some metaphysical things that's going on with the energies in our collective, in our life, in this earth realm, in the worlds that we create within the earth realm. Some of those things are out of control. There's nowhere to land safely. What do you get when you think about land? Land. But move that L out of the way, push it a little bit further to the left and lay it down. You got some angles going on. But when you put a ST in front of the AND, that land becomes something that you can stand on, right? We know that we're not floating in the middle of the air. And how can we do so? Some people say that's levitation, but we're not talking about levitating at this point in time. We're talking about being with 10 toes down, collective. Somebody wants you to be in limbo, a state of non existence while you're existing at the same time. What is that? It's a confused state of living. How are they able to do so? Because you have given them the ability to encapsulate your mind. I always say it all the time. Why am I talking about this? Because there is a one in this situation that was given to me this morning. The piccolo. It's an instrument. And what is significant about the piccolo? When you look at the piccolo, it is a shorter version of a flute. It has a higher pitch than what a flute has. And then what do we know about the sound of the flute? It is something that is considered to be an angelic sound. What is it else that we have heard in mythology and folklore's wives' tales about those who are able to play the flute or possibly the piccolo, right? We've heard about the Pied Piper. Oh, yes, we have. We're dealing with word, sound, and vibration. And you're dealing with the one because it is something that has an entire unit, a piccolo, very short, right? But it has that hole where those winds go through that hole, which is the zero, right? And the one is the piccolo itself. So we're dealing with a 10 right there. Today is May 28, 2024. We're going to use the 5. We're going to use the values of the 2 and the 8 in its condensed form, which would be a 1. And then we're going to use the 8, which would be part of the 2024. So we got a 518 for the angel number today. That should give us some messages. And there is a 518 area code. I'm thinking that this is coming up before. This is the eastern part of upstate New York with the 518. It covers Albany, Troy, Saratoga Springs, Plattsburgh, and Glen Falls. We're going to look at those things. What is happening, collective? There is a whole lot of tuning that needs to be done. What are we tuning to? We're tuning into our own frequency that has been given directly from the universe. How do we carry that vibration? Is it well or is it not so well? Nonetheless, we're going to know that everything has meaning. And I'm guaranteeing you all, it's been 3 to 4 hours that I haven't had a phone call. So I'm looking forward to the phone to start ringing because of this live. And I want to say welcome, welcome, welcome to everyone that is here. And that is South Delilah. Welcome to this video. The sound of the piccolo is interesting. For those of you who are in New York, if you are able to hear my voice or see this video, tell me what it is that you all have going on out there, especially if you are in Albany, Saratoga Springs, Plattsburgh, or Glen Falls. Welcome. They say they from Russia. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is an international place because we are world-class citizens and we are here to connect throughout all of what it is that we're living, our hardships, our good times, our joys, our sad times, our accomplishments, those milestones that we are making, and even those barriers that keep us from all being one collective humanity. What are those? Our features. It could be your skin tone. It can be your voice. It could be your prominence or your financial security or the lack thereof. That becomes things that we idolize or ostracize each other for, right? How many of you know that we pick those who we resonate with based upon those things that we have been through? That's how you get that resonation with that soul and the things that you hear from those who are there for you. But nonetheless, I'm going to tell you, everywhere that you are, if you are here right now with me, most High bless you in a way that is abundant for you to increase in happiness and security, financial wealth, and mental health for you and yours. That's what it's all about. For us to be better people upon the face of the earth to each other, right? Because we are all we have. Now, specifically, in the 518 area code, it is the Eastern time zone. Oh, have I not been to New York? Yes, I have. And it is a fast pace place. You will be looking all around. You got sights to see everywhere. And then we have the Wall Street. And they're dealing with the Fifth Avenue. But we're dealing in the fifth month. And we know that it is a lot of stuff that goes on Wall Street that includes those ones and those zeros, right? This is the increase. We're thinking about an increase. Somebody I'm hearing in a Christian tone saying, yes, yes, increase my territory. Lord, increase my territory. And that is part of the things that are going on that has the world in chaos. Is the fight over territory and the resources that they hold. It is so detrimental. It is a shame to say that I'm a part of this world class during these times that these things are going on. People are losing their minds every day, and it is showing, and some who are there are not helping. But nonetheless, we're going to get down to the bottom of it. What is the bottom of it? The 0 point, that landing pad, because we don't want to launch anything at this particular moment. Like we know, all those things that we see, the zero can be an entire barrel, right? The somebody say it could be the goggles, the Google, the lens of what it is that we're seeing through those O's. And somebody say, oh, I did not know that. But let's get to the angel number that is going to support what it is that we need to know about today. All right, so the 518, the angel number sequence code, which is resonating with today, it's help, confidence, and happiness. Angel number 518 is a symbol of help, confidence, and happiness from your guardian angels. For those of you who've been feeling kind of low or whatever, and you don't know where your help is going to come from, you feel like you're down on your luck, there is no one else out there to support you, and you don't know what to do. It's possible that you may be an atheist and you don't have an idea. But nonetheless, I want to tell you that angels is a name that we put on people and the personification of them doing the will of the Most High. And what is that? To honor the law of love. Even if you're an atheist, that doesn't mean that that person that just helped you out is not an angel. You may not call them that because you don't believe in angels and devils and demons and gods or whatever, but that act of kindness in that particular instance created that atmospheric aura about the whole situation that makes it an angelic act. Okay, we are all of the things that we personify through word, sound, power, and literature, what may seem mythos, right? I always tell y'all, people are the everything that they exaggerate about. Those personifications of angels and demons definitely are people. You are writing about those high attributes and those low attributes. What are some of the high attributes that you can carry within your spirit to help others? Is kindness, caring, charity, sharing, trust, honesty, fidelity, security, serenity, right? All of those are considered to be high attributes, which is just a number of those things. But those low attributes, what is it? Backbiting, murder, robbery, theft, rape, whatever you can consider that will make you feel bad. And nonetheless, we know that time is going to come and go in all of our lives. It could be lies that's considered in low attribute. We don't know what draws a person to act in a way, but situations happen all the time. Sometimes people do things for self preservation, and we know that that is a must, especially if we're considering lying to be a low attribute. Why am I saying that in certain situations you don't know what it is that you'll have to do, especially if it's for self preservation? If I know that I have been being stalked and that person that's stalking me pretends to be a friend and they want to know where I live at, but I'm very aware of what it is that they're trying to hide, do you think I'm going to give them the accurate address? Do you think I would give it to them at all? No, I don't live by myself, even if I do. That's when it's permissible. So these are things that we have to consider when we're dealing with one another, when we're helping or we're hurting. We got to know when we're helping or when we're hurting. But when you're helping and you're helping in a good way, have confidence within that. And your happiness is coming from those unseen angels, not just the ones that's around you every day that you can say that you rely on, but there's angels that's coming that you have not known, right? Because that's just within their spirit. And it helps their soul. That's their soul's purpose. So they have good spirits all the time. Even when they get low, they know how to not allow the things that they go through transfer to others. That's where we get into the sense of knowing when somebody's spirits are trying to jump your body. Oh, yes, you got to do all of what you need to do to help block those body jumpers. So, within that, help and confidence. Now, let's see this piccolo. What spiritual meaning does the piccolo has to do with anything for today? There's a piccolo trumpet, but I know there's a piccolo flute, And then I'm thinking about the character Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z. I'm gonna see what the connection is with that as well. Okay. Mm, let's see. It's part of the percussion. Is they're putting it in the percussion section, which I would have thought would have been in with the horns. Okay, it's talking about it is only this is because it's popular. They associating it with the fictional character in the Japanese franchise of Dragon Ball Z, which is true. Okay, so the piccolo is a small flute producing a sound one octave higher than the regular concert flute. Its name is derived from the Latin word flauto piccolo, which means little flute or octave flute. As for the spiritual significance, the musical instrument often serve as conduits for spiritual connection, expression, and healing. All right. They channel energy, unite people, and facilitate meditation. Okay, so you see where that help comes in? Because the unite, when you're uniting, what did I say prior to reading these? We're talking about a unit. Didn't I say that the 1 and the 10 is one unit and that piccolo is one unit, but it has that zero on it, right? So that is where the significance come in at. The instruments convey profound messages, enhance rituals, and sanctify spaces, guiding us towards spiritual enlightenment. So that is a help. The piccolo, with its unique sound and historical lineage, can entirely evoke emotions and connect with the spiritual realm. So that is that help for those of you who are out there in need of connection with the spiritual realm or spiritual expression or healing. Maybe it's time for you to hear the sounds of the piccolo. And I'm hearing that this is part of what it is that happened with the Pied Piper. How was he able to control all of those rats, right? And we see it going on. And I'm thinking about it. There's a movie like with Shrek, and there's a Pied Piper, and then there's the Rumpelstiltskin guy, right? And he's having a problem with the ogres, and he is like, "Oh no, what is gonna happen? Those ogres, they done got away. They done beat the witches and all of that. Those ogres and got away from Rumpelstiltskin and the witches." So what does Rumpelstiltskin do in this Shrek movie? He calls the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper comes in. He has his flute, right? And you see him rolling in. It look like he's hovering, but actually it's the rats up under his feet that's making him move like that. And he gets there, he's in front of the Rumpelstiltskin little mean munchkin man who wants to stomp the ground, right? He's so angry, he's so mad. He don't have any control over those darn ogres. He is summoning the Pied Piper, tells the witches it's time to pay the piper. And he say, literally, the witches, they go to heckling and they laughing. He, the Pied Piper, what is he gonna do? And he hits his switch on his flute to witches. He starts playing and the sound starts moving. And they are actually enchanting the witches to do their bidding. Those witches were so upset because they had no control over their self. They were powerless. The Pied Piper was able to control those witches in the Shrek movie with his piccolo. So we seeing the personification of what those instruments mean spiritually throughout many cultures in those children stories. Who are the children? We were once those children who had those stories, and some of us allow our children to be introduced to those stories as well. So there's no way anyone is being able to evade indoctrination because, in particularly, the subtext of the word is introduction. All right. Now, the negative connotations on being indoctrinated, while many are still trying to be initiated. into what they have been introduced to by way of family, friends, foe, or just life in general. But nonetheless, the piccolo is able to be used in spiritual enhancement, enlightenment, connection, and it is an instrument of control. Let's listen to some of those sounds. The sound tuning instruments that has to be tuned. All right, so that was that. That's the sound of the piccolo. And what I'm hearing, your body is an instrument. What is playing on your cards? How do we know that we have cards? I heard a song saying, I heard he wrote a sweet song. Killing me softly. I can't think of it right now because I'm just tuning into that sound of the piccolo. And then you thinking about the stroking of your strings. He was stroking your pain, killing you softly. That is something that can actually happen. So, to help you all to not allow someone to pull on your heartstrings, it is very important that you know who you're interacting with before you start giving them very intricate details about yourself. These are the types of things that manipulators or those who are the Pied Pipers would use to make connections or disconnections within your life. How is this so? Because they can play a song on your heartstrings. What is that song? It could be a poem, a psalm could be a poem. A psalm could be a song, a lyrical song, right? These are the psalms, and they are coming at you verbatim what you have told. These are those who are the wicked. They are like the wizards, right? They're using whatever it is that you're giving to them to benefit them or either to hurt you because these are your secrets. That Pied Piper, he doesn't care what notes he's putting out as long as it's getting some type of result for himself. He's so selfish in his way in everything that he do because you have given him the power over your cards. Getting into alignment with yourself could ultimately help you. That's why they wondering they gonna be playing. He playing and playing. He playing. He playing. He keep playing and keep playing, and he gonna wind up losing all his air trying to get you collective, especially my collective. He don't have enough wind. He goes into hibernation if there's anything for him to hibernate. But that's why the saying that the devil gets no rest, because his works cannot work on those who are for the Most High to do what it is. So everybody's playing their role the way that they're supposed to play it. When somebody show you that they are who they are, believe them. They don't have to tell you, but eventually they will show you by the things that they do and sometimes by the things that they say. It could be contradictory, right, to what it is that they are presenting. Those Pied Pipers, how well are they with carrying out their acts? How many levels are they on? Now, I know I have a live that is scheduled for tomorrow concerning the consciously corrupt community. And why is this so? They're in high and low places. Don't let them fool you and make you think that it's just the higher ups with all of the money and those high families and whatever that we could consider them to be archons, devils, and that they're the only ones. They have to have others to carry out their biddings. That's how their systems are consistent with working and working wickedly, right? So they're Pied Pipers on all levels. They learn these things from the higher devils, and the ones that are at the lower levels, they carry out the acts of those who are in a higher position. But they're still in that same group, that category. Why is this important today? Because you don't want to allow yourself to be a victim of someone else's methodical acts. We see it all the time. And we thinking about what is going on within the music that people are putting out, especially in this American, or well, I'm not gonna say America, in the United States of America, because America itself, for those who are not geographically inclined and knowing the jargon or the words that is associated to the place where they live, America is the landmass. The corporation is the United States. And the landmass of America does not just consist of the United States, because North America is the United States and Canada. South America consists of other places like Mexico and South America, the part that is adjacent to us by way of the Gulf, right? So let's not get caught up in what it is that those who are supposed to be so consciously aware of their doings misconstrue what it is that we're living on in this section. But we know that there's all kinds of music that has culminated together in this melting pot that uses multiple instruments. Why is it so? We have harmonic orchestras. The Louisiana section, we have a Philharmonic Orchestra. And there's a number of instruments that are being used. Now, why is this important? Because those are the sounds that we're taking in that has the ability to carry a frequency to motivate or stagnate you in a way. You know, it's like listening to a blues song. For some reason, you wake up that morning, you don't know why you feel like listening to blues, but you're happy. I want to listen to some of that old time blues. Down home blues, down home blues. All she wanted to hear was some down home blues all night long. All right. You woke up feeling fine. You didn't have anything bad on your mind. You didn't feel low. Then you hear the sounds of this blues. Not saying that it's not a good thing. Because I know y'all who out there watching me ain't scared to say that you watching me and you're just looking from afar because you don't want to be known that you're watching me. I know who you are. But you didn't wake up, collective, in a bad mood, but you put the blues on. And it has you feeling like somebody cheating on you. Cheating in the next room, making plans to see us soon, talking softly on the telephone, right? You think like, damn, did he call me? I know he left. This is in your mind. Did she, what? Who she was whispering to? And it could be a plan to surprise you for your birthday that's coming up. Now this song has enchanted you in a way that you were not feeling. This is the sound. This is the thing of the Pied Piper. How many of you have heard that the devil was one of the chief musicians in heaven? Why am I going back to this? You're an indigenous American woman. What does this mean? I just told you that the devil is a real person. It's you. It could be me. If I choose to be in that vibration, if I choose to use the tools that have been given heavenly in a bad way. This is what we're seeing playing out in our face in America, right? In the United States specifically, with those bad notes and sounds that has been put out in word, sound, vibration with low power but high aptitude to create a lot of destructive behaviors. The Pied Piper. Who is the Pied Piper? The Pied Piper are those in a way that are the musicians. Not all Pied Pipers are bad. It could be a DJ. They're using electronic instruments, right, to create a beat. I remember when I was an adolescent, there was this thing going on within our living where they were talking about the sounds and the tunes that had been put into the music, that when you play them backwards, that you can hear the demonic sounds that they were making. Oh, why did people transition so fast to CDs and MP3 players? Because everyone was their favorite artist had those demonic sounds to them, right? The 45s and the 8 tracks. It was hard to do a playback in backwards order on an 8 track. How many of you know what an 8 track is? How many of you have seen one? I know I have. And also a 45. That's what we had before we had cassette tapes. I don't know if that's telling my age, but these particular things were something that did or did not resonate with me. Those sounds that they say were demonic, they didn't resonate with me. I couldn't hear them because I was not on that frequency. That's just like someone who speaks Russian that's trying to overstand what it is that I'm saying in English. They don't speak that language, so it doesn't resonate with them. That's how you know who you are, collective. Now it's time to be really, really truthful with yourself. Are you the help or are you the hurters with what it is that you're doing? Or are you being hurt by those who consider themselves to help you? You got to know the difference. This is what discernment is about, right? We know that there's helpers that'll help you straight to jail. There's helpers that'll help you straight to the grave. There's helpers that'll help you straight to your depression. But nonetheless, we're talking about those who are actually here to help us to evolve and to advance in our own self by tuning into our frequency that comes directly from the universe. So you can know who you are so that you won't be controlled by the Pied Piper. These are the disconnections. Why I know so? Because I have been a part of a band before. And I know what it is that music does to people. Music is said to soothe the savage beast. Music is a motivator. Music is sound in motion because it's very vibratory. And those instruments that are used to conduct a certain vibration. Like when you hear the drum beat. It gives you that sound of home It gives you that sound of what it is that you heard inside of your mother's waters, that heartbeat. When it flows through, the opening up of those arteries, that release, that intake, that input, output, blood flowing through, flowing out, all around your circulatory system, right? And then I can draw it flat out on the lines, but we don't want to be flatliners. Right now, we're trying to live more collective. We're growing those dirts that have been thrown onto those seeds and left there, didn't get unnoticed. The earth is every bit of what is nourishing you to grow. You've broken the surface as a seed. Now it's time to start flourishing, sprouting, right? And then you're going to get that help. You just have to keep it in that vibration within you that knows that help that you need specifically for you. It's going to be there specifically for you, how you need it. Somebody say, if you need help, you are codependent. And I tell you all the time, everybody need help. Even the richest needed help to be the richest. They didn't get it because they just had it. They got it because others gave it to them. But they will still consider themselves to be self-made, and they know their mother and their father made them. Now, am I being a stickler on the usage of words? Damn sure straight I am, because that's part of the confusion that has everybody in a disarray. The misuse of things, not their existence, like the misuse of words that you think cannot hurt someone. A person that is depressed, they don't need you to be harder on them for their depression to go away. But it doesn't mean that you can't be truthful. That's why the word sympathy exists. You don't have to be empathic towards somebody that has a depression. But if you consider yourself to be a good person, you will use your words to help them and not hurt them. Now, with the correction of what it is that everybody wants to be teachers now, there's no students. Everybody's teachers. Who is going to be there to learn? Who are you teaching? Teachers teaching teachers? It could be that way. But then there's a conflict of that because everybody's knowledge is what they're considering to be the supreme. So now you're a supremacist with what it is that you're doing. And the undertones. That's why we're tuning into ourself collective and tuning everyone else out while they're still trying to tap into you as an energy source. They're not tapping into themselves. That's why they are spiritual hackers. I was looking at something the other day that I posted on Facebook years and years ago, and it was specifically about tapping into your own energy. Let me see. How this could go. All right, let me get to this. Let me get to this. Let me get to this. All right, this was noted August 30th, 2018. Listen to this. This is what I posted on Facebook. So I want you to consider what it is you think. For those of you who've been watching from afar, right? Those of you who fear communicating because you know your energy is going to be exposed, right? I said this and I am not falling back off of it. The universe put inside of each one of us a special code to carry out its divine order. Have you tapped into yours, or are you hacking into others? Pretty soon you will be defragmented if you are not running your programs like you were designed to. Pound motherboard. All right. So I'm going to say this. I'm calling back all of what is mine. My energy, my words, my sound, and my power. For everybody that has been using that energy in a negative way, this is the time where you have no more. All right? So whatever happens to you after that is because you are a hacker. The point about tapping in was not about you trying to tap into someone else's energy. It was about you tapping into your own energy, right? And it's obviously that I should have alerted you about the tone of the frequency to know how to tap into yourself, right? You see, people get mad when you say, if you try to tap into my energy, you're going to tap out, because that's not for you to do. You're a hacker. And all programs have defense mechanisms about who is hacking. And an intruder. You're hacking on a spiritual level and you're hacking on a physical level, because that's what you are. And you know you only have a short period of time before you defragment it. All right? That's the cleansing of the systems if you want to get macro, micro with these things. Let's look for some other stuff from the past, because somebody want to know where my future is leading me. They've been trying to tap into my energy for a long time, and I keep saying the same thing. Keep tapping. You're going to tap out. The helpers. Somebody is helping them, is what I'm hearing. Collective. If you feel like somebody has been trying to tap into your energy to manipulate you in any kind of way, is because they have help. Now, we know the angels are there for to help you, but then on the opposite side of that, you know, we have the positive and the negative side, the good and the bad side, whatever you want to call it, the high and the low side. Those helpers that are helping them on the low vibrational side. Who do they resonate? We resonate those with demons and devils and witches and warlocks that are on the wrong path, right? And on a destructive path. What else is there that we need to know? There's so many more things that we could go into when we're considering the help. And I'm just thinking about that movie, The Help, right? When we think about the movie, The Help, you see an image in old ways of the United States where women of color were belittled. They had very few jobs for them on the market because of Jim Crow laws and also, what is it called? Affirmative action not being in place. So they had to be housekeepers, janitors, and hold positions in places that would often degrade them, right? The help. The help was a help. But when the help was not treated fairly, what happened? The help did not help good. It did something revengeful. So even good people could do something that's considered bad, but it's for those who have been treating them worse. Nobody wants things to be leveled out and fair. You see, when everyone starts out at goal with zero, it's a fair pad, plain out. Doesn't have to be squared. It's just level. You take that zero and you lay it flat. What do you get? An even playing field that's surrounded by open space. And it's up to you to what it is that you're going to use it for. Now, on the go, when you start counting, right, that gives you the next interval to the one. See, that's a step up. These are just placement holders. Now, I know this is kind of off or anything, but there's a lot of talk of mathematics going on within our energies right now because of this thing with Terrence Howard, which is so absurd in many different ways on his part and anybody else's part who is giving it attention. And yes, I said it, and I'm not going to retract it because this video will be left up there for you all to watch, scrutinize, ostracize, or even gain knowledge from for which you don't hold a place with. On the one. Now let's get to the two. There's another one, and it's another one, and it's another one, and another one. The one, two, or the three is just the name of those ones collectively, right? And then we say that numbers go on to infinity. They don't count. I mean, you can't count high enough to infinity. You just have to put an E on it. But the error, because the E could be for error as well. But the error, what is in the human genome, is that we don't like to remember that everything is everything. The reason that you count something is so that you can keep a record on what it is that you are counting. These are the senses. These are how the senses get started. Somebody want to know, what do I think about math in the universe? It exists, but it did not have any labels on it because everything is everything. And when you know that, you don't have to count anything because you're not missing any of it, right? Well, think about it. What am I saying? What you talking about, Raven? If I'm in a field of flowers and I know that there's lots of flowers there and I pick a flower, I don't have to count the number of flowers that I have picked or the number of flowers that I have not picked because I am appreciating them all and they will be there for anyone else. Now, this is where the counting start at, to keep a record on what it is that you are taking, or keep a record on what you are given when you know the numbers in the universe is infinite. See, man, how you do things. Math did not start the universe. The universe was just the universe. And if we can draw it back to a singular point, how does it help us with trying to advance ourselves or degrade ourselves while making controversy of these issues when you know that everything that came outside of your perception is what you created to keep an account or a record for whatever it is that you had already been given freely. You put a price on it. That's why you want to count. Why am I saying so? Because that's how it is. It's called inventory. That's the reason why math was given to you. The universe ain't tell you to do math. That's what you chose to do when you decided to count what it is that you have. You know, you hear the sound, count your blessings. What are the things that we consider to be blessings? How are they helping us versus how are they hurting us? Because the things that a lot of people consider to be blessing is the same things that people will kill for. What am I saying? Oh yeah, you know those $100 that started from here, nothing. Those $100 that the trees had to be cut down to make paper. Those $100 that the cotton had to be cut down to put inside of the trees. That was the paper. That ink that came from a squid or came from those little red bugs down in Mexico. They had to be counted for so that you can keep an account. I'm hearing somebody accounting is involved in some of the things. These are where these terms come from. Because you were given everything abundantly. You didn't have to keep account on how many apples or oranges you had on your trees. You didn't have to keep account on how many bunches of bananas you had. You didn't have to keep account on how many nuts that fell from your tree. You didn't have to do any of that. All you had to do was just go and receive it because it was already given. Now let's say this. The earth started counting for everything that you have taken and not given back because you have no way to do so. Right? Man did not make the seed. Man is a seed. But when you want to count everything, you have to put numbers on it. And it's not just a one. Is this not one life that we are all living? And a life after that will be one. All of the lives are totally one. Encapsulation within the universe, regardless of how many levels of dimensions we want to put on it, it is still one life. All right. So we counting on the help to be the help. We're not counting how many helpers we have because we want an infinite number of helpers. See, you have to keep a count on something so you can know what it is that you think you deserve. But those $100 bills, the reason why you keep an account on it and you know that you'll kill somebody behind $100, especially if you feel like that's your last, right? Because you're keeping an account, a record for what it is that you have. Somebody say they need to be balancing their books and their checks right now, because regardless of whether we are keeping account or not, Sister Raven, we still have those bills to pay that has those numbers with them. They come. See, that's your problem. You don't get it. That's keeping you in the loop, in the cycle. How do we know so? Because those days are numbered. Can't see beyond where it is that I've been because I have not told you. Now, that's why I know so many of them who are perpetrators of being of the light try to do so. Tap in, right? Keep trying. That's all you're doing. Your attempts, multiples of them. I can't even keep a count on them. I don't want to count. I am not going to count them because they don't count, even though you have been counted. Now, how does that make sense? Think about it when you leave from out of this space. But collective, we're in that mindset of knowing the ones from the zeros. No matter if you consider that zero to be a hero or not, somebody's still accountable for counting, right? How do you know so? For keeping account on things is what it is that got the whole world going mad and will kill each other. You counting the dollars in your bank account right now. Somebody reaching into their pocket right now just to see how much money they have folded up. And this is what they feel good from. They got one $100 bill. They got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 just in their pockets. They can't afford to lose one because they are so much in account of keeping those things for themselves, right? They don't chalk it up to, oh, if I lose $100 bill and somebody else find it, may it be a blessing to them because they possibly need it. I know I'm going to get more because I attract abundance. That's how I could never run out. That's why I don't need to keep an account on the amount of what it is that the Most High is going to bestow upon me, that the earth is already given. Right? But somebody's going to pay for what it is that they're counting for, the inventory. We're going to think about it, and I'm going to coin this today, a universal inventory. That's why you're counting. That's what the mathematics have become. The earth did not make you have to solve no problem. What is 1 times 1? What is 2 plus 2? The earth didn't tell you that. The universe didn't tell you that you needed to do that. This is all out of your free will and choice by taking accreditation for what the earth has already given you abundantly and feeling like you deserve something from someone else that does not have the mindset to want to mentally possess or physically possess everything upon the earth. This is a universal possession when you think about it. The mathematics, right? These numbers don't lie, they say. Numbers can be manipulated. So why wouldn't I believe that they cannot lie? Oh, yes, we see it all the time. What are you talking about? In the game world, specifically in the masculine energy. You know when you're watching your favorite sports team and in your enlightened mind, with the knowledge and wisdom and your wokeness about how fake it is, you sit there and you say about the shaving of points, you're keeping account. Why is it? Because you have made and placed bets on what you're counting for happening, the win of your team. See how the numbers could be manipulated? We know that numbers could be manipulated, so stop lying to yourself and saying that the numbers don't lie. How can they lie? Because someone that's taking a survey only got 3 participants to participate, but they use that same surveyor that they're surveying over and over again to make it seem like it's 100 surveys that they have conducted when it's only been 3. The numbers lie because the people do. Judgment is fair to be rendered upon the face of the earth, because everything that we have considered ourselves being a part of to manifest things that continues to put us in a perpetual cycle of trying to gain is actually what is not helping us, it's hurting us more. Right? And then upon that, the help that is helping in a great way, because they are genuine helpers. They have love inside of them. They get abused and used, right? Or people try to do so thinking that they won't have to pay, and they wondering why. Oh, they looking all around. Why my life is like this? Why I gotta keep doing these low down and dirty things? It's because you low down and you're dirty. So you're gonna keep on doing it. But what it is that you're doing it for. Now let's get into it. We off with the numbers. What are they helping us to overstand this thing? Because we got the 5, we got the 1 and the 8. 5 and 8 is 13 plus the 1. It's 14. Right? So that's what we go on to next. The number 14 in a spiritual way. I'm seeing the 14 amendment come up. 14 days from today, what is going to happen? 14-day weather forecast. They got a 14 news. They got a 14 parishes restaurant. 14 parish Jamaican restaurant. But we want the 14 angel number. Meaning, they got 14 angel prayer. Let me see what that one is about. The 14 angels prayer is a Christian prayer that is said at night before going to sleep. I did not know that. There's a song as well. Thank you, Most High, for leading me through this path. The prayer is a poem that describes how 14 angels watch over the person who is praying. Now, remember what I was saying about psalms and songs and poems. It is a prayer that is a poem. And this is part of what is coming through by way of the flute and those tones that they carry, those sounds that's connecting us to the spiritual realm for healing, right? The 14 angels are watching over a person as they pray. The poem describes how 2 angels guard the head and the feet, 2 guide the right and the left hand, and 2 hover over the person, 2 guide the person's steps to heaven. The poem is often recited as a way to feel protected and comforted before going to sleep. This may be for someone specifically in my collective. You have been through the ringer. You need to get the right sounds around you. If the music that you're listening to is keeping you sad about situations that's not even happening in your life, then you need to do away with that. If the people who are supposed to be helping you to vibrate at a higher level keep telling you stuff that is bringing you back to your past behaviors, you need to let them go. They're not your help. They're not your friends. They're not your family. They're definitely a foe because they are stagnating you and they're keeping account on it. Trust me, they are. The mathematicians, the magicians, then the wizards added, right? Because you got to think about those equations when we're dealing with chemistry. And we're thinking about this life as an alchemical life, the manipulation of those things. So I say numbers can be manipulated. Yes, they can. They can and they will lie. How do we know? Because there's an H2O and there's an H3O. They're not the same, right? And then when you take the molecular structure of those things that has uh, a certain amount of particles, atoms within those different components, and you put them together, it makes something else. This is how we able to see silicon being made. This is how we're able to see concrete being made. This is how we're able to see mud turning into bricks. Manipulation of structures and numbers, the building. What do we see? This is the mindset of people who are looking at literary works of art and the things that Hollywood portrays these literary works of art to you through. Right? Why am I saying that? Because it's a psychosis over the collective, not just those who are good in the collective, not just those who are bad in the collective, but the entire collective. And they are projected through that zero to the rest of everyone. That launching pad, that landing pad, right? When you launching it off. How well rounded is what you're giving to the people beneficial to them, especially when everyone under the form of religion is considered to be schizophrenic. How many do you know that? Because these things are beliefs. I'm not stopping you from believing what you want to believe, because you are the one who makes it real, is what I have always been telling you. From out of your imagining, these things come true. Somebody's not going to tell their child that those pile of clothes that their parents left in their room at night when they going to sleep is not a monster. That's what they see. That's the energy that those things carry, because they're laying around and they have that energy that you put into them, the spirit of that, right? And for a person who is somebody that like everything to be in order and clean, that is a monster. A mess is a monster to them. Now, the 14 angel prayer is something that came up, but we won't get to the 14 angel number meaning to see what significance that has for today. Love, spiritual growth, and reassurance. Right? Be reassured that that help is there. That's what I've been trying to do for you all, is to reassure you that the help is there. Love yourself, collective. Love those who love you as well. And don't get it confused, because a person could tell you all day that they love you and they never show you. I love you, I love you, I love you. And the show of love does not mean that they have to be giving you money or material things. It could be just their support, moral support. A lot of people lack the ability to do such an act. That is a selfless act. To be able to say, you know what, I'm here for your emotional security, because I know that you're depressed. But those of you who are listening to the sound of my voice that may be depressed right now at these moments, I want to tell you, you're going to get out of it. You don't see where your help is coming from, but keep that glimmer of hope that you need for it to proceed in that order. You may be feeling like Every effort that you have taken to better your life, people are against you. Every step that you've taken to better your life, you just keep getting slid right back into the same position. You feel like giving up. You're hopeless. That's all. If you have children and you're in this particular emotion, which is depression, I suggest that you look at your children as what they are to help you to be able to help yourself at times. Because even though we know that there's help that's out there, doesn't mean that you don't have to go forward to that. And I don't give a damn about what none of these low lives saying that is not helping you all, ladies and gentlemen. They don't count. They hold no space because they are not there. They are the distractors. They are the non contributors. They do not increase you in any way by one or zero. All right? These are the nine factors. When we consider what we're dealing with love, spiritual growth, and reassurance, it's hard to love yourself when you have been loving others without getting that same energy back. You're depleted. That's why you're depressed. You're not depressed enough to take your life. So I know there's a glimmer of hope left for you. Listen to the tunes and the frequencies that really resonate with you to get you motivated. And then get out of those tunes and get some other ones that will help to elevate you, right? Why is this so? Because we know that classical music can be able to help stimulate the mind. These are the things that we know when are played to those that are in the womb, those babies that are in the womb, it helped them to come out to excel rapidly with academics, and some of them are very gifted. Those sounds and those tunes, right? Mozart's, the conductors, the conduits. I'm thinking about that piccolo, that conduit to the spiritual realm and all of what it is that is encompassing. The angel number 14 is a symbol of love and spiritual growth and reassurance from your guardian angels. It means that your angels are helping you to achieve your goals and overcome any challenges. Any challenge. That number 14 combines the energy in the one of 4 and 5 because 4 and 1 is 5, which represent new beginnings, stability, and change. If you keep saying 14, your angels are telling you that they're always by your side and that you are on the right path. So don't give up in it. And now we got to get to the 5. And I'm hearing with the 5. Somebody want to know what was all of that about the fifth element. How was it so much of a controversy within the conscious community? And why? Because of the references to some of the things. Now, why am I saying so? Because I know when I say stuff, how it gets treated by specific people, and they know who they are. All right, so the angel number 5 and it's positive changes in your life. So all of the numbers are resonating in that same frequency, and this is how you make the connections, right? Like those neurons that we have in our brain and our body, making the connection, like finger, like for phalange, like tree, like branching out. That's why we can say that, and we can be all one of those neurons within the inside of the motherboard, or what you want to call a cell, or what you want to call a part of the whole entire. No one is obsolete from the entire thing because you're encompassing it. If you're saying, for those of you who believe in the globe, a global earth, rounded with the land being molded. Uh, let me see what I got for the show. The depiction of what I'm talking about. Let me see. Because these things are very controversial, and I see people get so outside of themselves over stuff that are just talking points. Either you gonna make money off of it or you not. But then when you get to the point to where y'all ready to destroy each other over any viewpoint of it, then you become those low vibrational beings that you talk about, regardless of whether you think you do or not. It don't matter how much information you got. The devil know a lot too, but he still carry an energy that is of a low vibration. Now, just say this is the earth. Why am I saying this? It changes. You see that? Thank you, mail lady. This is a ball. The land, for whatever they show us, is wrapped around. This your earth, right? Let's put it right here. And I put it to a way where it still be there to be seen. Nope. This is your land. Let me do this demonstration. Gotcha. Positive changes. Love is on the way. And there's too much hate that's being projected over concepts, ideas, and topics, especially in the YouTube space. So when you say you're not doing the devil bitten, regardless if you're conscious or not, you are, because you're in conflict with those who are also living on the earth. Now, you make enemies, and it's personal things that has happened between the two of you with your actions, then it's all fair game because y'all have interacted in each other's auric fields. But if you are just over the line and you let things that people tell you get to the point to where y'all out of order with one another, then that's your fault. All right, so the land sits on there like that, right? Is that Africa? It look like Africa? Let me see if I can make it look like Africa. Why I'm doing Africa, they say. And why you doing Africa? You live in America. They say Africa is the only planet that's rooted in the earth. But this is what they say: we come from a ball of water. That's how it started. A ball of water. A ball of water. I never seen a ball of water nowhere unless it was a water balloon. There's a bubble inside of that water balloon. Let me think about this a little bit. The earth is a ball of water with land on it, but then it have a core that is molten hot. But at the bottom of the ocean, there's places where volcanoes are erupting, making new land emerge from out of the waters. But this is what the earth is, some of them may say. Now, we have other land masses on there. We got other land masses on there. What they saying? That go up here, right? Because the land had to rise out of the water. That's what they saying. So the land is on top of the water. But then you telling me there's land below the waters too. How it makes sense is how you want it to make sense. People believe what they want to believe when they believe into something so long, they don't want to change, regardless of whether if you are flat earth or globe earth. That's up to you. Now, to war over these things is the sin. They take two sides for to engage in a war, which is both in low vibration, no matter how intelligent you all are. And I said that, and I'm saying what I'm saying, and I'm not taking it back. But this is what it say. This is what it is, right? And it goes like that. However it goes. But regardless of however it goes, it don't have to be the thing that y'all going against each other for to where it's in the spiritual realm to where it's at your detriment. Man will kill himself by his own hands and not just killing himself like his own person. Another person is yourself, but you don't care because you are an individual. That's true. So this is where all of the ones are just what it is, another one. Now let's get back to the mat and let's keep a count on some of these things that we are counting because we don't want to lose any of them. That's why we counting. And we want to get our just pay for them. That's why we counting for our hours that we put in for whatever pay that we have agreed to, that contract, right? But nonetheless, these positive changes are on your way in your life. But we can't let stuff like this or stuff like this, right, get us going. Somebody, please. I want somebody. I just thought about it. I don't care how smart y'all think y'all are or not intelligent enough. Please explain to me, where is the lava that's flowing, that is rising up in certain oceans? Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? If the core of our earth that's inside of this is protected by different layers, like a gobstopper, where is all of this other stuff seeping from and continues to seep from? Just answer that question for me. I don't care what other debates y'all have. Y'all could debate about how much black women are detrimental to the black man while you're doing all kind of devilish things to her. Y'all could debate about all that. You could debate over whether you are a nigga or a cracker or a hillbilly or a spick or whatever you want to call yourself, or wetback if it's that derogatory, anything, whatever y'all want to debate, go ahead on do that. But tell me that, what is the source of those molten lavas? If the core is protected, that core that you say is so high, where are these things seeping through from? Right? But that's what you got to keep account of. Being accountable for all these things. This is just the purpose of keeping you focused on mundane things. It don't bring no justice to nobody. Only thing it's gonna do is bring you more donations or views or subscriptions to keep you having something to count, like a bank account, right? Which you're still fueling today's market. Oh, I'm surprised. You hackers, y'all trying to make sure that y'all not doing what I say I know y'all gonna do, which is a good thing. So maybe I will start calling y'all out even more so on my lives when I know I don't get no phone calls, right? When I don't say anything about it, that's when y'all call because y'all trying to be a disturbance. But now you've been called out at doing these things, so you have not done it with your spam calling numbers because you're sitting back watching. Now pay attention because the 10 is definitely here today. The 2 and the 8. Somebody say they can't wait. They've been trying and trying. Now, let me get back to what it is that we started out with. That piccolo. The spiritual significance, and it's saying of all musical instruments are served as conduits for spiritual connections and expressions. I'm hearing that somebody is making music specifically with these sounds in them to see what it is that they can do to control a person because they're very savvy about frequencies and vibrations. However, they are unaware of your abilities to mute out everything that does not vibrate with your frequency because you know that you are an instrument that carries vibrations, frequencies, and tones, and that has an aura. That is your main line of defense. And it is not that you have to use tools, these particular type of things and stones. This is what you put the energy into it to where it could carry that energy for you, right? But you put the energy into it. It carries its own vibration to do just what it is, to be just there. We put the connotations on it, what it means for us. And some people wonder, well, oh, my stuff not working. It's because you not putting the work into what it is that is your stuff. Faith without works without faith is dead. So the faith that you put in any of your works is what make it alive. Right? How many of you heard of the story of His Majesty? Look, now they want to call. Spam call, y'all. They calling now. They calling now. Yeah. See what I was talking about that energy and that frequency, how it resonates. They know I ain't playing with y'all. They know I ain't playing with them either. Not at all. If I want to play with somebody, I will go to the playground and play with the children or watch them play because I really don't want to play with them either. I've been a child before. Play with them in a way that what a game that they can learn from, something that's gonna be functional for their lives. But for y'all who out here doing all these wicked deeds and stuff like that, and spammers and the hackers trying to tap into other people's energies and auric fields, y'all, I don't play with y'all. I already told you what I came to do to you, and I'm not taking it back. Spiritually, everybody has a purpose. Wants me to read it for you. A game. It goes this way. The universe put inside each one of us a special code to carry out its divine order. You tapped into yours, or are you hacking into others? Pretty soon you will be defragmented if you are not running your programs like you supposed to or designed to do. Pound Motherboard, August 30, 2018. Okay, now, why am I talking about these things today? Because this is the time, and I don't keep time like you all keep time. I'm not on no devil's time. The devil's time is a repeat cycle. that has no truth into its numbers. How many of you have been paying attention to your sunrises and your sunsets? Accent. You want to know if I have? Yes, I have paid attention to my sunrises and my sunsets. And I know that my sunrises and my sunsets is not going according to what it is that this makeshift account on the time is showing me. This is how I know with your keeping of records how wrong you are. Your energy is still resonating from eons ago. You counter, right? Because you couldn't see what infinity means. So you wanted to count to the day of the end of infinity. But you can't because it does not end. That's why it's called infinity. Somebody saying there's an infinite number of possibilities for what it is that can happen in life. There's an infinite number of possibilities what it is can happen for you. And yes, damn sure Skippy Gilligan. Let's get to this what you're lost in this paradise about. It was only here for you to enjoy without having to keep a record so that your record cannot be broken. See, when you put things into your existence, then that's when they become physical, that can be physically altered. But if you just exist and are, then you get to enjoy everything that is existing along with you. Now, we're going to see what's going to happen pretty soon. A lot is bound to happen according to all those prophetess and priestess, high or low. And I'm going to say this in reference to what it is that I do when I'm reading through my oracle deck. A high priestess is still high. If they're a priestess and they vibrating low, they're a low priestess. They're a low priest. They're not high. They can be in a high place, but that don't mean they're high. They're still low. Understand? Oh, goodness. Decline. Back. I'm going to get back. I say, don't be saying stuff about the spammers coming. They wouldn't come. They going to come regardless. When I get on live, they going to come regardless of whether I say it or not. But they have to make something true in order to be that disturbance. Now, the disturbance is not going to deter me. It can't control me. That's what we having a lot of problems of, is that people want to control people because they want them to be their possession. That's the problem. Men want to control women. They say, I'm giving you my last name, and I should be able to control you. You do what I tell you to do. You stay home when I tell you to stay home. You cook when I tell you to cook. You go places with the children when I tell you to go. That is an absurd person, and they way very controlling. And guess what? I guarantee you, anybody who vibrating in that energy, they very insecure. And in their own self, they don't have no self-value. And it's sad. That's what I'm here for, to help people to value themselves so that they can know how to value other people. Right? Every trial and tribulation that I went through allowed me to see the good sides and the bad sides of people in every income bracket that there are. Because I done been to some of the slummiest slums without being slummy as them. And I've been to some of these most prestigious places without being as wicked as some of them are. Now, the account of what we are counting is the days. Somebody say, count your days numbered. They are numbered. They come with 365 a year. And that cycle begins every new year. But far as what I know, your math is still not mathing because there's no way in an infinite life that the numbers are going to repeat themselves over and over again. So a lot of y'all math is wrong and it ain't mathing. But you participate with these things. Have you said we need to do away with a calendar? Because that math is not mathing right. There's no way that every year you're going to have just 365 days in it when it's another day and another day and another day and another day and another day. This is why we dealing with a thing called a reset. Because you can have setbacks. You can have setups. Somebody need to do some setups is what I'm hearing. Not set up. Somebody need to do some set up so they won't have to be setting nobody up. You be focusing on your chi energy. So you can take a punch to the ribs. Somebody's saying. So you won't get the wind knocked out of you. The breath of life. But they're going to still try. So here we are. We're looking at what we're counting. You're trying to put a number on something that's infinite. You can't, but you do. You participate with it, but y'all fight each other over the math that you have made up to mean what it is that any of you want it to mean, because you are keeping account on what it is that you have, because you are still in lack mentality. It's hard. I feel like a one-woman army in this fight, because it's going to bring me back ultimately to what I say, that everybody was supposed to have everything the same, nothing less, nothing more. And it's what it is that the earth provides. And you did not have to do anything other than till the land. But then when you decide that you want to take possession over it and charge for what it is that was given to you freely, is the day that everything came cinematic, automatic, systematic. Do what you do, player. As long as you don't lose your mind. How many of them is there for the count on? It's only one mind that you have. You're not counting up or down about it. You just know you have a mind, right? Now, if you think you got many minds, then you possibly do need to get in tune with yourself, right? The function, conjunction, junction. What's your function? Are you functioning right? Now, let me get back on these things that we're accounting for that we think are helping, because we know that we got one of the words help into this thing with the 518. Help, confidence, and happiness. Help. I'm confident that keeping an account on anything is not helping nobody. This is part of ego, self-serving, because it gives you the perception of having more or having less. And then it deals with what we could call spiritual fruits and we call physical fruits. Somebody that have multiple physical fruits could have less spiritual fruits than a person that have less physical fruits than them, who's more abundant. And we looking at it right now. There's a lot of rich people that are spiritually dead. And I'm going to get on it. Look at what Cassie and Diddy and the whole other numbers of them all. The Most High trying to show all of us why we don't count on these things in life that we call physical, because we know how easy it is for them to change. What did we see with the number 5? But we dealing with positive change with the number 5, because we know that changes could mean that something detrimental could happen to make things change. But the number 5 is dealing with positive changes. And then we had the 14, which led us to the 5: love, spiritual growth, and reassurance. Be reassured that if you know you are infinite, then nothing can deter you from being that which you are. You cannot count something that is infinite. The days of something, being that is infinite, is not numbered. So when you doing your math, make sure you know you put an E on top of you, right? And I'm hearing those borrowers of the energy that I put forward to produce abundantly for myself and others. Those robbers that are not the borrowers gonna pay, because they've been forever indebted to the lenders. But those robbers, they already depleted. That's why they have to rob. And they're not gonna tell you that they are a robber, because they don't want nobody to know. Who are the robbers? The ones that was addressed in the post from 2018. The hackers, spiritual hackers and attackers. Become physical hackers and attackers. Your spiritual side is definitely showing up in your physical side, because you're spiraling from the 0 point. But we dealing with the 10 today, and we putting the horse before the wagon, because we counting on that one substance within life. It's called love, coming first from the 14, right? And I'm seeing how the 14th Amendment pops up with that as well. And we just going to keep it as that. We're not going to go into talking and speaking about that. But this Pied Piper and these energies that is being projected within the collective is showing up, because they counting on something. They counting on you to allow yourself to be open to what it is that they're projecting over the sound waves with their instruments. Not them as the instrument, but the instruments that they're using, because it has been noted that they play a role in getting people to react, be responsive in a way. How many of you could just take the clashing of a cymbal all day, cling, 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 as a sound? Somebody say they might like it. Other people's is too harsh. But when you add the sound of the cymbals, cling, cling, with the sounds of the drum, snare drum, that cling, that cling, it makes sense. But the cymbal alone could be an aggravating thing. And it goes back to the orchestra. What is that? Orchestrating. Somebody's been orchestrating something to happen for you, collective. Good. And some others are orchestrating something for you to happen bad. But nonetheless, they didn't know anything about who you are. You see? Because even the chief musician is just a player in that orchestra. Who is the conductor? The maestro is the Most High. See, that's why I tell you, I don't care if y'all into demonology, if you're into angelology or whatever, but you got to know what is the meaning behind all of what it is that you are participating in. Angels and demons. What has more power over the other? I don't give reverence to low vibrations as being power at all, because they have to suck that power from a source. And you are it. Tag. Now, my demons and my angels are going to do my bidding. Who are you, collective, to say that? You have just put yourself into the seat of the piper. It's time to play a tune that has the power to do what it is that you needed to do. Right? Because right now, everybody is being sorted out, regardless of whether they think they are not being sorted out. They sorting themselves out because they're grouping themselves. Right? We see this happening in the ocean. This primordial waters of life that we living in, even in the most densest form of the water, the oceans of the land. Those things group themselves. We call them schools, right? Schools of fishes. Then they have pods. And how many of you knew that fishes was not a word? The proper word was just fish. I see many fish. How many of you did not know that fishes was introduced to the dictionary in the early 2000s? Keep a count on what it is and word, sound, power, that light of it. It can be very L-I-T-E, or it can be very L-I-G-H-T, and put an E-N in front of that, an I-N-G at the end of that. But this is just a bing of what is getting. Somebody say that gin has not been working. They've been rubbing that magic lamp. And if I had to tell you spiritually, how many jars have I had to break for the encapsulation? They told them, those wizards and those sorcerers, they wanted your star up in a jar. So what did they do? Those who practice the works of iniquity, they put your name in a jar. They put your picture in a jar. They sit behind. If you have a platform, when they saying they clipping your clips of videos that you on in your own platform or anyone else's platform, this is what they doing with your site. Some are doing some other things pleasurable to themselves, but others are doing things that are very hateful. Right? So now you're trying to figure out what it is that it's all in this energy that you're feeling. Why I'm able to say that? Because I know it has happened to me, and every time I boop, 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 wipe me down, they go to shaking, and they get rattled. They got stuck because they was tapping in, and they tapped out before they can go back to the surface. Because they didn't know the depths of you. Right? Now, this is how deep things could go when we counting on others. Don't count on them to be your help. Because those low vibrational beings, when they figure out that you're counting on them for to be their help, that's what they want you to do so they can let you down and not be there for you. This is like fathers not showing up for their children engagements at schools. They lie and act like they gonna show up to those children events. This is how mothers that are deadbeat that do the same thing. A deadbeat is a deadbeat, regardless if it's a mother or father, grandmother, sister, cousin, whoever they gonna be. It's hard for people to get outside of themselves. You're counting on them to be there for you, for moral support. This is why I would do away with a whole lot of y'all. Somebody say, you don't have that authority. I don't have that authority to do it, but I'm saying it as if I did have that authority, because some of you already have taken the authority to murder. I'm not talking about murdering, I'm talking about doing away with you. Now, whatever that involves, however you done away with, then you done away with. But it's the spirit of you, not the soul of you, right? Because I want you to be reincarnated so that you can get it right another time and not have to talk about how many lives you done live on this earth that's supposed to be your hell. That's why it's your hell, because of you and the things that you have done that is not right. Now, some of us are here and we know it's a hell because of the things that others have made it to be in society. That's why you don't get mixed up with society or societies that exist. We know they do. They are being formulated as we speak. Right now, somebody just started a group chat. That's a society. Now, the secret of it is that the tools that YouTube give us to make people feel prominent about what it is that they're doing in these groups is the wrench. But when I hear my elders speak, when somebody throws a wrench into the thing, it is not a good thing. But we don't look at these as being things that are showing us as receipts to what is part of our detriment. Go ahead on and keep an account on how many times you have lied, how many numbers of the lies have you lied, and even if you thought it was a small lie and nobody knew that you were lying, because they are so encapsulated about the jokes that you tell. So when they laugh, they forgot you just told a lie. You are the Pied Piper. You are the one being played by the piper. You see how they go? Any situation, any one of us could be on a good side or the bad side. And I heard the elders telling me the other day, it kept bothering me about, tell them all who has not told a lie to come forward. This is the ones that we want. We don't want the ones that has told a lie. Tell all the ones who never told a lie come forward. Tell all the ones who never stole anything to come forward. Tell all the ones who never hurt anybody to come forward. Tell all the ones who have not authority to plot wars on anybody to come forward. Tell all of the ones who have not committed adultery to come forward. And I said, adultery? Oh, that's a lot of people who committed adultery. He said, no, those who have not committed adultery against somebody who they are actually married to, not the ones that are unwed. And I said, okay. And then they said, tell all the ones who have not fornicated to come forward. Tell all the ones who have not plotted against someone to come forward. Tell all the ones who have not stepped on the foot of someone else to come forward. Tell all of the ones who have not stepped on the necks of someone else to come forward. Tell all of them who have not did anything that could hurt someone else to come forward. And I was like, well, what to do after that? He said nothing at all. And I said, why? He said, because none of them going to come forward. And I said, why? And he said, because of the first one, they lie. Everything else after that is obsolete. Mm. Conscious. They asked for the conscious to come forward. They didn't ask for the woke to come forward. It wasn't about the chosen to come forward, right? Because see, these are labels that we label ourselves as to distinguish ourselves from others that we are counting as something that we are not. Or they counting us as something that they are not. So you're keeping our counts. Even with the numbers of the 144,000 that were chosen, and then the numbers of those who could not be counted for. Don't get it confused and twisted, because what I'm here for today is to stand on words meaning just what they mean, so that they won't be anything else. Because if they don't mean what they mean, then they are a lie. And our whole existence and word sound power is a lie. How real is that? Is what they said. Somebody right now is calling themselves the truth while they are lying to somebody else about what they're capable of doing or not for them as the help. Excuse me. The greater or the lesser? Who's the best? Who's the worst? Who's more? Who's less, right? It's always something to be taken into account. Whose skin is better? Whose is not? Who's eating good? Who's eating bad? And I ain't never seen the food that somebody else eat make them not be able to tell a lie, because I'm telling y'all, I watch everybody that I'm subscribed to. If you're a podcast, I have the right to do that. I pay my bill to be able to do so. Now, the thing about it is you have the right to do so too. So when you are in my energy, I already told y'all, you're going to get addressed as such, because you're not trying to talk to me. You're trying to talk at me or possibly about me when you have not sat down and had a conversion with me on any of the issues that you may think is an issue other than you. The words sound vibration. The words that carry the tones that they carry. You ever heard your parent? You better correct your tone. Because yeah. Your mom said, do you want to eat? Are you ready to eat? Dinner's ready. Are you ready? Yeah. You better change your tone when you talking to me. I ain't even caring if you're talking to me. You better change your tone when you thinking about me. And that way you don't have to worry about when you speak me telling you something. Keep your minds clear. You better ask the Most High for that. The symbol of love with the number 14. The growing spiritually. And a reassurance from your guardian angels that everything is going to be all right. But we're living in these times, right? These times. How many times are we going to live these times? It's on repeat. How do you know? Is it start the cycle all over again every new year, regardless of what country you in? If you on that time cycle with a 24-hour base where the hours are not equaling out, that's what I'm talking about. Your numbers not adding up even in the math that you doing for the time, or the math that you subjugated yourself to keep an account on what you possess. It's still, it makes sense when you're using it for certain things, but everything else is not making sense if you want to be out of a cycle. You do not put numbers on repeat. So the whole thing is already a lie. When you say that there's a year, that has 365 days in it, when is a life that has infinite days already in it. They don't stop counting. You cannot count infinity. But for some reason, y'all want to do it, and then y'all want to debate about it. Regardless of whether, this is my thing. For those of you who get money off of controversy, it's working for y'all. But actually, it's a setback. And the higher ups, they looking at y'all like, yeah, y'all keep fueling our pockets, because that's what they survive off of controversy. Because for sure, these things are accounted for. But the study of the human mind is that when it is in conflict or being challenged, then it's going to take it to an extreme level, especially in men. That's y'all energy to go forward, conquering to and fro. And then it's sad because in these times, the concepts that people are counting on for the make them higher than someone else is things that were ancient things that caused destruction to the people. Y'all ain't learned nothing yet. You learned a lot. You studied a lot. You're repeating it. That's the same thing as regurgitating or not. Because what you learned was what you learned from someone else. Right? You weren't around people that taught you. You weren't taught. You didn't hear ideas and concepts of other people. You're not teaching the ideas and concepts of other people, but it's all your own. No, the way that you present is all your own. But none of the information that you got from a collective source is your own information. Now, I will say this. If a person come up with a language that does not exist, that does not have a sound that has been already heard upon the face of the earth, then I will give you due honors like you deserve. Because that is more than genius. That is extremely benevolent in its way. Because you have said something in word sound power that has never been heard or spoken. All right. Now, to count on someone for your help and them letting you down, it's not your fault that they let you down. It's no fault at all. That's just what people who are on low vibrational aspects do, because that's where they get their energy from. A low vibing don't have enough energy for the usurp for themselves. They have to tap into other people's energy to get it. And that's the language of those who are thieves, right? And why am I saying this? Because I know everything that has been stolen from me. Concept, creation, idea, in every kind of way, whether it was in a material form, whether it was a patent that I did not send to the patent office, whether it was a song, whether it was a statement, whether it was a design concept, right? That's part of being mindful of what it is that you're putting out. When you're mindful of what you put out, you know everything that you put out because it's your baby. And for those of you who try to hurt my babies, rob my babies from me, steal them from me, I know who you are. That's where you should be at, collective. To be mindful of everything you put out. Words sound power in your vibration. So you know what it is that you're getting back. That's why some people are scared of karma, because they know what they got coming back to them for the things that they did or they did not do when it was presented to them to be in action, to be a verb. That's what not being stagnated is, when you become a verb. You're in action, right? And the words sound power. So what am I seeing? What am I looking at? If I'm not looking at us all, right? I'm not playing favoritism over none of y'all. Whether you're a flat earther, whether you're a bottom earther, whether you're within, whether you're without, whether you eat vegan, whether you pescatarian, fruitarian, or you're just whatever you want to be. You can be homosexual, transsexual, gay, heterosexual. I'm not putting you in those classes. You're going to classify yourself. This is what the division is. That's why we got groups. In grouping, okay? Let's get back to the math. When you're grouping, right? Because we got to say, on a basic level of education, it starts at a basic level. You cannot get to a higher level, sum cum laude, without doing the basics. A lot of people have not gotten beyond the Bible because they still in the basic classism. So no, you're not ready for the explore outside of the realms of what it is that's bound to you in the systematic presentation of the King James Version of the Bible, which some of us have elevated to an overstanding of, to where we know how to stand in the fundamentals of what was basic. A whole lot of people still ain't gonna get it. They gonna say she using big words and I can't understand, because you're not on that vibration. That's not for you. You may be too low of a vibration right now. Just like I keep saying, you don't give steaks and eggs to a baby, newborn. They body not equipped for to even digest it. Somebody need to go read Reader's Digest, is what I'm hearing. Some other stuff, forms of literature. How many different ones do they have out there that also go along with this basic one that we are looking at, and we seeing the foundation of what it is that we building up, and we stepping up, stepping up, stepping up, stepping up. Every time that we step up, it's somebody that's throwing a banana peel, trying to make you slip. And all I hear my collector saying, we may trip, slip, but we not about to fall on your appeal. Because that's just what it is. It's going to change. Then we just get the numbers with the 14 and talking about those changes, those positive changes, though. That's what we're looking for. Right? What do we hear in the YouTube spaces? Those agents of chaos. Because you have controversy and somebody's challenging your ideas that are making a valid point that challenges them in a very prominent way. No one wants their ideas to be shot down, especially when they done built up a kind of empire behind those things that are faulty. And they know it's like a house of cards, that if anybody picked the right card up out of that house, that the whole thing gonna fall. It's not a solid foundation. But that's not what we came here to do, collective. We came here to be majestic. We the royals, right? So royally will give you that ass whipping. Because they have been assuming so much. So they get a royal ass whipping from assuming so much, because that's what they have become, an ass. And we know jackasses are some of the stubbornest things that we can see as creatures upon the face of the earth. That's why. But somebody said, "Oh Lord, hold my mule, so I won't act a donkey on those asses." Why am I talking like this? Because I have all permission to do so. That's why I have vocal cords. That's the Most High put inside of me. Somebody say, I don't care what amendment that you make, man, with an unseen hand, that tells you that you're giving me the right to speak freely. The Most High told me when the Most High gave me my vocal cords that I had the right to speak. The Most High told me when the Most High gave me my lungs that I had the right to speak. The Most High told me when I was given my tongue that I had the right to speak. So when you think about what is rights and you speak about what we have been accounting for being rights, you never had to be given anything that you were already born with. Now, for you, man with the unseen hand, it is your concept for you to regulate everything. This is why you are in that sun energy with the Leo Regulus, right? But I saw you so clear and flat, how I drew it in my mind. Even with me, sometime being in that spirit of the lioness, I still know as a person, as a woman, born of beings with superior intellect, that all lions can be tamed. There's nothing on earth that man cannot tame. Even if it's still wild, you still know how to tame it. I could be wild and tame at the same time. Because when you capture something, you keeping it to where it's enclosed and it don't know how to get to its regular habitat. So you tame the ability for them to be in their regular habitat. It can still be a wild animal that is contained. Should I say that? And it's a form of taming it because it don't know how to get out of your trap. We're thinking about the love that everyone has inside of them. Somebody loved being in control. This is the somebodies that everybody want to know who they are. These are the somebodies who everybody trying to put the blame on for their actions of why they act a certain way, instead of putting it on that they actions. Oh, excuse me, it's a mouthful, a meal right here that's being presented. Very substanceful. The actions, when you say somebody else made you do something, or somebody else gonna make you do something, you have just given them power over you. So how powerful are you? You're gonna make me hurt you. Why are you still around somebody who gonna make you hurt them? See how the Pied Piper get paid at that moment? See how those bad notes that they put into your auric field altered you? And see how your verbiage of speaking that they can make you lesser than what their power is already. All you gave all your power over to them. Why am I talking about this? Because I'm talking about those who have manipulated objects and devices to synthesize people in a way to actually physically control them or alter their thoughts and dreams, versus those who just using they self the instrument to have power over you with no particular agenda, but other than making you do their bidding. It's possibly to be done on all levels, even infants, right? How many times have you not heard your baby cry and you can say, oh, I know they're hungry, so I'm going to go ahead on and get that bottle? How many times have you not heard that same baby cry and you know that it's just a diaper change that needs to be done, so you're going to do that? See, in playing a tune, a cry still carries a note. It still has a vibration and frequency that is able to alter your responses to said baby. And we know we don't want our children to cry. And then some children, if you are an avid observer of them and everything in life, you will know that some children have mastered the art of crying, and they could do it well beyond the baby stages of life to get the result that they need for whatever they want. Right? And here it is. I'm sitting here just looking at people's sorrows, and that's what's making me cry. I ain't trying to get nothing from you for my tears. You already got it from me, from your troubles that you going through. Because I done cried enough for myself during childbirth, after childbirth. I got another child that's in this life that has the ability to be something special, or to be someone that is just all out the way. But we not gonna count that in or out. It's just part of life, right? What are we talking about? Talking about people being people to each other. We don't have a money problem. We don't have an ethnicity problem. We don't have a governmental problem. Even though so many people think that it is, so many people don't think that it is. It's good for the goose, it ain't good for the gander. Whoever the goose is, let them have it. Whoever the gander is, stay away from gander. What do it make sense? Other than the point and the true fact that if you are talking about these things on YouTube, you're doing it for likes and views and possibly an increase in your finances. Point blank, period. I don't care how nice, how mean, how kind, how intelligent, how stupid, how perverted, how informational, how inspirational you are. Nah, that's the truth to the matter that nobody want to address. But we know that things that are more controversial get more likes, get more views, because it's taking people away from their everyday problems and it becomes entertaining. How is it not the same as those who are in the industry for mass entertainment? Because entertainment is just that, entertainment. Someone has to enter you and they're detaining you with their spirit. That's why it's known for those who are prominent with entertainment to do so by captivating a high number of people at one time, high volume. And they doing it at high volume. Let's set the stage. All right. I'm the casting director at this particular moment. And I have a casting crew that is there as the makeup crew. I have my cameraman, the stage director. Somebody about to exit stage right, while somebody else exiting stage left. You need to know what all of these things mean, right? You have to hit your mark. The lights have to be specific. See, like the lights that's hitting, all right? But that is the stage being set. The cast team of the stage is going to depict and determine how well you could captivate this high volume of people in the audience. The volume, there's a sound crew, sound tech specialist. My mic check, 1, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? Dialing it up, but on the mic. My tribes are a little bit low. Bring my tribes up a little bit higher for me. Come down with my bass. Come down with my bass. All right. Can you lift me up a little bit on the right? Can you lift me up a little bit on the left? Now we're balanced. Your vocals. Setting the stage to be able to do your work on the audience, captivating them in numbers, right? These numbers have an account on them. That's how you keep account of how much money you making from the tickets that you sell, to keep account. Am I mad at it? No. Do what you're supposed to do, because this is the new system that you have created for yourself to be enclosed in these cycles, because you did not think that infinite was infinite. You did not think that abundant meant abundant, because you are perversions of what it is that's the truth and what you are already given, that you did not have to take. Right? So when you are thinking about that, oh, you took. Now you have to keep an eye on everything that you took, because you know it's not rightfully yours. And then when the rightful owner comes to collect, you have already considered it to be community property, so you don't want to pay the piper, right? When you know it was not your own vibration that got you where you were. A little bit from here, that's what you thought. I'm going to take a little bit from there, a little bit from here, a little bit from there. And I don't care if you're part of the collective or not. This is for everyone. If you have done these things, and it didn't show at first, because no one else around was suspicious of your behaviors, because they weren't the ones who put out whatever information that you are giving to them as your own. So now what is, you are every bit of a piper that has piped all of the people that is under your spell. How it goes so, right? Because that's how it goes. They're going to do your bidding. You're going to play the sounds that they need to hear in order for them to keep doing something. It's not like you giving them something for something. It's energy exchange. Is supposed to be fair, and it is unfair to those who you are misleading, and they paying you, right? You see, they ain't gonna show up on today, because somebody already know. They come up in this live They're going to get asked a whole bunch of questions about what are they here for, especially if I recognize your energy in the back. That's what it's going to be. Why am I talking about these things? Because the division has already happened. Somebody ready to multiply, but a whole lot of stuff not adding up because of what has already been subtracted and is not equal. I don't see equality in none of it. Regardless of whether it's from the conscious community, the boo-boo community, the Pebbles community, the Dragon Ball Z community. These communities, they ain't even coming together. Right? So what is it that's going on? When you think about what it is that you are allowing, you got to think about this. What is in my vibration? Right? That is allowing this. It don't have nothing to do with your food that you eat. Don't have nothing to do with what type of car that you drive. It don't have anything to do with any of those physical things. If you're telling me that we coming from a spiritual place, you see, these are all the things that are still going to be purchased when you were supposed to have it for free. See, you are able to fool the masses because they have fell on their asses looking for you to help them, looking for you to lead them somewhere. Because they don't have a sense of direction, their own self. They don't know right from left, up from down. Because they want to be in that concept of as above, so below. When these are not concepts that come from the mind, you making it be what you think it is. Because you've fallen onto something that you think is a trend when it never was that at all. Now let's get back to some of these things. Let me search some more. I'm just looking at one of these things. This is from October 25th, 2021. It's on my Facebook. I watched this movie before I was given the link to the info that Bro Sanchez is speaking on in his video. I've always thought for myself. However, I know that the saying, there's nothing new under the sun, has much truth to it because I only have the knowledge of what has been laid before me. Right? Although it has been laid before me, it is my duty to search it out through and through to know where the said information comes from in my familiar dialect. Baby, when I tell you, do you read, huh? Child, I can read on the line between it, above, below, and all around it. What are we thinking about? Why would I have to go back here? Because I'm showing things that has been spoken from right here. Somebody say you don't have to prove everything to people, that this and that. They just don't know. They don't know. No, they need to know. From out of my mouth, I'm gonna let you know. So you don't have to question nobody else, because I know you scared to ask me what it is that you want to ask me. Fearful of being exposed. But that is your duty, right? That's why everybody on here in YouTube, the ones that are so-called in the woke conscious community, is doing, but you don't even know where the woke and conscious community originated from. Right? Why am I saying this? Because there's always been an attack on my concepts. Always. Even with the 3-6-9, when it does not have anything to do with a whole of a theoretical concept. This is all physical. It's about the amount of years that all of my siblings have in between them. But see, this is why I'm telling y'all that some of y'all are half woke, because you never searched where this stuff come from. You research very well, but you are incorrect in your findings, especially when it comes to me. Now, the reason why I'm saying it is because, just like I just read in this post, it is your duty as an individual to search for yourself where it is that this information comes from that you have been taught. My father always taught me that, even with giving me the Bible. Told you have your references in it. If you don't understand something, go there. If you don't understand what it is, we got these encyclopedias in here for you to find out what these words mean. But then when you tell people about what it is that you are living in your truth, they can't take it, because they have already tried to portray you as something that you are not. And that's where you downfall today. This is where you fall at. And you'll dishonor, because y'all so used to dissing one another. You put that in your spirit. So now you become someone who is a disser, and you disagree. You just are a disagreeable being. But I can agreeably disagree with your disagreeable ass after you get that majestic ass whipping that the Most High is going to put on you. I will be your night nurse, because I was the one who was trying to tell you to avoid getting your ass whipped. I've been told y'all that. I was the one who used to be telling my cousin them, don't do that. Grandma them gonna find out. How they gonna know? They just know. How do you know? Because I did it already, dummy. The only one who could tell you about what not to do, and that there's repercussions for whatever it is that they telling you to avoid doing, is because they already been corrected. And that's what make your whoever not in that energy of respecting the wisdom dumb. Because you're not wise. You're just dumb. And that's where I'm going to give Sir Drop his props at, because he been trying to tell y'all. And sometimes I be thinking that Mind's Eye and Sir Drop is the same person. I don't know why, I just get that feeling. But nonetheless, this is where you come from, knowing and belief, right? Because we can believe that we were supposed to count everything that was infinite. Why would you want to? You don't live long enough in a single life form to count infinity. That's why you put a price on those things. That's why you put a number on your days. Man has numbered his own days. That's why he in the loop. I feel or believe that even within these times, with her story and his story, that a lot of men are only on the side of lifting the matriarch to being in a higher authority or possibly first so that they can tear her down and say, this is why everything is in a disarray. And for those of you who are out there honoring the matriarchy and saying that once we put the matriarchy back on top, then everything will get back in order, you are all on the right path for real. But I can smell the ones who are upon that just so they can be the ones who are like the help to let you help fall down. You know, it's like I'm looking at it. I see this cliff on this journey. Somebody say, I'm climbing up this right side. I'm coming up on the right side of the mountain. I've seen them coming up to that mountain. They climbing up. They done got to a cliff though. Somebody else have already made it above that cliff. And they reached their hand down. You wasn't suspecting that somebody was up there for to reach a hand down for to help you up. But as soon as you reach your hand up for them reaching a hand down to help you lift up a little bit, they let you down. That's the society that is being perpetuated these days because they're getting that vibration, upliftment for them being able to say they made it up to the mountain and somebody else was coming behind them that needed a little bit of help from them. But they thought you wanted their spot on the cliff. But the cliff is so wide. It's more than enough room for multiples. Now let's make that count. Because all I can see in my heart is multiple people's chaining together, hand in hand, pulling one another up. See, y'all love to be all kind of animalistics, crabs in the buckets, gorillas, gangsters, about the Skrilla, a jaguar, mermaid. Y'all love to be everything else than a good person. I'm not talking to you all who out there doing right. This is in defense of you all who's doing right. Right? Because nobody want to address those things that help the karmic people from being karmic. You just want to talk about what they are doing karmic-y. You're not addressing how to not be karmic, how to not perpetuate a drug-infused environment or society in your neighborhood. You're not talking about none of that because a lot of y'all really don't give a damn about nobody else other than yourself. And you talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and all of the talking that you're doing is not settling things out. It's only making those who you think that you're talking to that have mental problems better, worse than what they are. Those who feeling low on themselves. Are you telling them to get up? Why are you down there? What happened to get you down there? If you standing on your own too with your 10 toes down and you are high and mighty, why aren't you picking them up? You standing around and saying, get up, get up, get up. And they looking at you like this. But you steady standing over them telling them to get up. What language did you need? How many symbols other than them looking up to you like this do you need? Or you only can connect with stuff that has to be drawn out for you? Make it make sense. Because as far as back I can go in my mind from what they already showed me, we make everything physical have a meaning. It don't mean nothing until we make it mean something. Just like I can say this, make this a sign for no zeros, but somebody else gonna say this is the sign for the flat earth with the north being right here in the four cardinal axes. Your perception versus what the meaning from who projected it. You place the value on what it is that has no value at all other than for you to behold. You are the one who said how much an orange from your orange tree should cost because you counting on not having. That's a lack mentality. We talking about abundance. It's not going forward. If you don't get outside of the thought that nothing was supposed to be accounted for other than the people. And there's multitudes. Right? How many of you know that? I'm speaking to the Christians right now. Because this is a concept where we get chosen from. This is a concept of where we get the 144,000. How many of you know how many multitudes of other people that were selected that's not going nowhere? How would I say so? Y'all neglect certain areas of whatever it is in containment of. And you personify one area. That's just like how women, we know how to do that so well, right? When you got small boobs and a big butt, you're not really trying to wear no shirts that's going to show how small your boobs is, but you're going to wear some bottoms that's going to personify your best attributes, right? But the entire package, I am the total package. My brain that my mind uses to work all of the rest of my organs that function so well together. The total package. Take me as I am in my entirety. I am not a half of person. I am whole. I am one unit. My organs do not work against one another. And if they did, then that is a definite sign of a deficiency called autoimmune. And that's nowhere near what it is. Now, mankind, man, humans, human. What you know about a human from? How did that concept come about? What does it mean? Where did it derive? Who are the ones that derived from? What did they put into word sound power with that? Nobody knows. And that is sad, because that's like eating something that you're eating, but you don't know what it is that you're eating. Like you say, "Oh, I got this fruit." Somebody say, "Well, what kind of fruit is it?" I don't know. What kind of tree come from? I don't know. It's a fruit. All the time it could be something that's poisonous. Why do I feel this way? Because it is evident in the collective energy that people want to hate people because that's just what they want to do. It's embedded deeply in some of you all. Some of y'all couldn't work together even if y'all were the same kind. Whether you are the gorilla Skrillus, whether you a chimp, whether you a lion, whether you a elephant, whether you a donkey, whatever. You could be a raven, you could be, some of y'all still just would not be able to conform to being a good person because you're not a good person. You can fake it because y'all good at faking it till you make it, right? That's what you're designed to do. That's the Decepticons when we thinking about it. They turn on and they turn off, they love and they hate. Just like that. And when they think they got you in the palm of their hand, they want to crumble you up. Just like this is malleable. The potter, the molder, the molder, rolling you up. Oh, look what we got this time. You see, it's different every time. Is this what we got the first time? Perfectly. This is what we got this time. This is one of its own, one of its kind. And this is one of its kind. That's how the universe designed. Have you tapped into your energy that the Most High put inside of you, that resonates inside of the universe? You see? And then when you're thinking about those problems that you having, you feeling like something is on your ass, that's your own self for doing things that you know you should not do, because you do have a conscience. But you're trying to gain notoriety. And this is where I get to those of you who are hypocrites when it comes to Jesus, when it comes to Christ's consciousness, right? You can say, in the perception of what the story tells us about Christ, he's a great man. He has a sense that is supernatural, and he is able to captivate people by what it is that he is able to do that they have not the ability to do, because they are not tapping into their own self, right? And the connection that they got from the universe. But all of you men out there that I see, and some of you women in that energy too, y'all are doing just the same. So how you going to disassociate yourself? You trying to have followers. Didn't Christ have followers? You trying to leave a legacy of teachings. Didn't Christ do the same? Right? So when I tell you who you are and every bit of it, it don't have nothing to do with what you found this information in as far as the source of book that you can reference by the name that it was titled. Right? Because when you go and look and find that Biblios is a place where Bibles come from, that actually exists, they were one of the only ones who was able to present to you compelled literary works. Why you think they have so many different books inside of the one book? It's a compilation. It's like a smaller version of a group of encyclopedias, right? Also on the tape. So what is it? Somebody saying right now, why are you so able to talk about all of this stuff on your own channel and not come into the groups and talk about this where we are debating about it? Because y'all debating about it, y'all not talking about it, and y'all get so irate with each other to where I don't even want to be associated with some of y'all just off of the talking point. I don't care how fun or whatever you think it is not a good look, because I'm in that state of onlooking like this is my dream, and I'm looking at me being an observer of my dream, because I am living a part of the most high dream. Within the dream, I am a dreamer in this dream. I have dreams within dreams. How many times do I have to wake up sometime 4 or 5 times before I'm already awakened? But if I say so, it is debated upon, because y'all like to attack what it is that you think is above you. And then my name don't even make it no better. I don't have to take no stage name. A lot of y'all so fake with these stage names is unbelievable. And then you get mad when your stage name is mentioned in a way that is just a part of spoken word. You took a name for yourself that was already spoken. You weren't given that name. And that's one of the things that amazes me. I'm like, damn, how they get mad because you saying this particular word, and like you can't use it once they start calling themselves that. Y'all sick. That's psychotic. You think I'm gonna stop saying peaches because you decided to call yourself Peaches and be on YouTube? Now, if I talk about Peaches the YouTuber, then I'm being specific to you. Ain't no puns intended. I'm hitting. I'm hitting. I ain't trying to miss. And I already told you all that. When I get to calling names, I'm going to call your name and I'm going to address you according to your behavior. Not nobody else. I'm not about to tell Rel that he acting like Dale. Dale is not about to go to jail for Rel in my book. Rel is not about to go to jail at all, because Rel know he's not about to do what it is that Dale do. Rel is his own individual. And why is Dale trying to copy anyway? They ain't even twins. Do you? That's the only one who you could do. But that's the problem. So many people want to get done with someone else. So you got to do you, or you going to be done away with. How do they get done away with? That spirit that is a broken spirit that has attached itself through you by way of jumping bodies from people who are not equipped to handle the information that they're giving because they're not ready. Oh, excuse me. That was a confirmation. It's too much for some of you all. It's like giving a 4-year-old a loaded gun and think they're going to shoot right and you wind up dead. Whose fault is it? The 4-year-old that had the gun and shot you when they didn't know how to shoot, or you for giving a 4-year-old a loaded gun and telling them to shoot? They don't care what they shoot. They just gonna shoot. This time it happened to be you, but that is your karma instantly at that moment. And no, I'm not projecting none of this to happen because I'm talking about stuff that already happened. For those of you who way in the back that's on this energy, come on, so I can give you exactly what it is that's just due for you. Because when I start to hit, I'm not about to hit nobody else for you. Good don't get done bad over here for the bad. You get what you give. So that's how the hit dog holler. Because it was supposed to be him that got hit. It was his lick. In my book, am I going to punish my whole household just because of something one child did? No. But collectively, if they all working together, then they collectively get their ass whipped. And if there wind up being a multitude of people, then so it be, is what I heard them say. Hey, cuz. Connecting with my people. All right, so what are we talking about? Keeping an account on our own self, being accountable for what it is that we put out, knowing where certain concepts and things come from, how long ago these issues were addressed, and what validity does it play in us going forward as a collective, so that the word we don't get interrupted how it is. Don't you see how they connect? Go ahead and look at it. A W is an upright E. So they match. But when you face them with each other, they connect. Even though my fingers ain't touching, the energy is still connecting because something is connecting. That's why it makes sense to be the word that it is. It's not impartial to itself. It is whole, because the W without the E is not we. Now, what us gonna do doesn't count, because us ain't gonna do nothing if we not standing together as a whole, not with holes in it, but a unit. Because I'm gonna tell you like this, because I'm about to get a little weird with it. Humanity. Do you think, for those of you who do believe in an extraterrestrial being or beings that are looking from on high down low at us earthlings, that is supreme or more supreme than we think we are, do you think they gonna look at one human different than the other? They gonna say they all humans, do them all the same, right? What chances do we have standing against that force individually? Think about it. Y'all don't have to put it in no context or nothing. I know a lot of y'all gonna go ahead on and make those videos like y'all do after I come out with something. But this is what I'm saying. Banding together is not a bad thing. That's where we get the grand orchestra from. Those sound and those frequencies of us all having our own distinct vibration and frequency is what makes this grand symphony. This is from September 20th, 2015. Sometimes it seems like life is a symphony, at times in and out of harmony, yet well orchestrated, no matter how the musician plays it. The show must go on. Pound. The show must go on. From 2015, do I have to go backwards? Somebody want to be in my Akashic record, but they don't want to be in my presence. They want to tap into my mind. I told you I'm going to have you tap out. Keep on. Because then the more you try to tap in, the more I go back further than where you started. That's how you're going to tap yourself out. Sometimes it seems like life is a symphony, at times in and out of harmony, yet well orchestrated, no matter how the musician plays it. The show must go on. Why? Because a lot of you all are not using your instruments in the manner that they were made to be used. And many of you are. How do I know? Because a flute does not sound like a piccolo. A trombone does not sound like a trumpet. A tuba does not sound like a saxophone. The bells does not sound like a xylophone. A bass drum does not sound like a snare drum. A snare drum does not sound like the quad drum. Harp does not sound like a guitar. A guitar does not sound like a cello. A cello does not sound like a violin. The violin does not sound like a clarinet. The clarinet does not sound like a piano. Classification of your vibration in this orchestra. Did I not tell you that everything I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to make it make sense? You got to know what is for you and what is not. I am going to put fertilizer on everything. Why? You want to know? If I had to get into the Chinese zodiac, I am the horse. And my shit make stuff grow. Not that bullshit that y'all been projecting. So I'm going to fertilize all my seeds. Some seeds don't need fertilizing because they just that magnificent on their own. They grow very rapid. They are abundant within their own self. As a gardener, you're supposed to know which ones of your seeds need fertilization, especially when they sprout and they become plants. That's what you're supposed to know. You're supposed to know the difference between all your weeds so you can know which one that you can use and which one you cannot use, right? However, when it comes to what it is that we call about this thing about getting money, Some of you are so funny with it to where you become everything that you do not want to be while obtaining that which you think is sustaining you, when it is life that is the breath of life that is sustaining you. What you gonna buy when you die from this realm? You say you're going to live again. Life goes on. Is another part, another stage in a dream. You're going to be working over and over again. Is that something that you projecting, or is that something that you know is going to happen? Because guess what? I've seen multiple dreams, and if they are multiple versions of my life, I am not working for money in all of them. But some of you will, because you come back with the same energy over and over again. You felt that you were depraved. You had the desire to be rich. So you will become those archons that you speak of. Right? You can't be something that you're not. You can only become what it is that you want to be. And that's ultimately what you are. So for those of you who are on a downside, the so below part of the aspects and attributes of human ways, then that's you who need to re-examine who you are by tapping into your divine purpose that's put inside of you from the universe. You're too busy trying to tap into other people to figure them out when you're supposed to be figuring yourself out. What is my purpose? Why am I going through these things? Am I allowing myself to go through this, or is it projections mentally? And if you figure that it's something that you're doing, like ingestion of whatever substances that's in your environment that has control over you, then you are giving it just that. You blame it on parasites. You blame it on this. Let me ask you something. How many of you think that the ancients didn't have to deal with parasites? How many of you think that parasites just got on the top of the earth or in the water? But y'all saying they smarter? They didn't have as much medicine as you have now to get rid of all these things that you consider to be part of your detriment. So how did they, what made them able to not succumb to those things? You see how sick it is? It's not sick to you because you gaining something from talking about these things by captivating the audience who don't have the mentality to see, well, what is he talking about? What people who was more advanced than us way in the back that's able to build pyramids and stuff, did they not have parasites then? Were those people vegetarians? Were they vegans? Were they pescatarians? Were they carnivorous? Or was they out there eating people? These are the things that you should be asking and researching about that, by what it is that your so-called teachers or philosophers are giving you. That's why they mad, because they think it's a disruption of what? No, it's a cleanup. Y'all dirt in the waters because you're causing so much commotion in your own ocean by being contradictory. People can't see through it because they so starstruck, regardless of what level. A person that does not YouTube, a person that does not have Facebook Live or whatever, those people who have a fear of being socially seen in a mass way, they not trying to get on here and say anything to people, but they are watching, and they're easily persuadable because Most of them ain't gonna do the research behind what it is that somebody else is telling them. They gonna believe everything that those people who they are saying are more intelligent or more informed than them is to be true. And I'm gonna tell you this: anything you questions, regardless of whether it's the Bible, regardless of whether it's the Holy Period, whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Hebrew Nagas, whether it's the Reader's Digest, an encyclopedia, or what have you, it is for you to read and take whatever it is that works for your benefit to be a better person. But you are contradictory if you are saying that none of them are true or incorrect. You don't know. But if it worked for somebody, it worked for them. Somebody who writes everything and is fine with writing everything don't have to type it. They don't have to use a keyboard. They okay with writing. And if that is you, then be okay with what it is that you love to do. Right? You don't have to consort to being everything that somebody else is, because that will put you back into a cult. Right? With any group that have a label on it. Some of them want to be cults. That's what they want to be considered as, and that's fine with them. If they are, then hey, go ahead on, lead them how you want to lead them. Long as you got their support, that's good enough for you. Long as it's supporting your family and you don't have to do anything too strenuous, if that's what you feel you can't do because you may be physically incapable, then use your mind power. Be like Dr. Xavier. You know, he was a manipulator, mentally, physically incompetent, but he could not think himself to make his legs work. You see how these concepts go on? But that's why I only let movies and imaginings of other people's mind be just what it is. That's their mind. That Matrix don't mean the same thing to me, because I know the original Matrix is the woman's womb. Well, you think I'm looking at the Matrix that the writer told you about the Matrix system, when it's a government that she was claiming as a Matrix, because you can get locked into it. But the construct of that was not the numbers. That's what the visual aspect of the people who were portraying this literary work of arts decided to do. You go read that book. That woman ain't tell you that the cycle of the numbers was rolling around like that, and you can see whatever. Y'all take everything that y'all see in movies to be the true account of what these movie directors or screenplay artists have used from actual writings. It's not the whole truth. It's a half truth. And a half truth is a lie. And if you really overstood what it meant with Neo and Agent Smith, is that Neo was everything. He was all of that. He was his own Agent Smith. That's why it was hard for him to conquer the agents. It's showing you every time he was doing something that was responsive against the one, that it multiplied. That's showing you how when you don't address an issue early on, how it spread. High vibration, high vibrational low actions. Why I'm saying that? Because if you think about fire, fire rapidly spread, but nobody feels that it's a good vibration for to have fire. When we know that the fire come to do something, what? Purify. How do you know that? Because when you put metal inside of the furnace, all of the impurities get burnt out of it. When you put gold inside of the inferno, all of the impurities get burnt out of it. When you put coal inside of the inferno, it turns into a diamond because all of the impurities have been cooked out of it. But nobody wants to get burned, right? Literally or physically. I ain't say figuratively. Being burned literally is somebody saying they gonna burn you. They just saying it. You know, blaze you up, light you up. Physically, actually setting your ass on fire. And it could be a different type of fire. Now, why am I talking about this? And I didn't even realize that I've been talking about these things for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Is because I've been feeling these energies coming at me based upon what it is that I have already put out in my word, sound, vibration, that is only a fraction of who I am entirely. It is upsetting to many people, my presence, because they know I see right through them. Like the glass house that they are, the light, right? Why am I able to do so? Because in my darkness, I see very clear. And your true essence appears to me just like all of those notes that you are carrying as an instrument in this grand orchestra, this symphony that's being played by you, the magician, my blackboard. It's being written so clear who you are. You can fool everybody else, but you can't fool me. Who are you? It's many of you. Is there one of you? You know who the one of you are in the collective many of you. My collective that's here resonating with me, that really want to be able to support me for the messages that I am giving you, you there. Somebody want me to beg y'all for money, for help. I told you, I already know where my help comes from, and it is an infinite source. When you thought about your cup running over, did you think it ran over because it stopped getting poured into? A cup, the only way that a cup can run over is if it's being poured into continually, not gradually, continually. Because the opposite of your cup running over, which suggests this is a continuation of an act, is that it ran over, but it didn't continue to run. You see why certain people can't be fooled? You see why comprehension is every bit of a must? That's the first thing that I put inside of my children when they was in this matrix is words, sound, and power. Because I read words and sounded them out for them. Why is Jamaica so good scholarly with her literary of those words from A to Z? Why is she profound with knowing how to say certain words and not even spell them without being able to see them? Because she had already had that instilled in her before she came into this light. Why was Destin so prophetic in connection in the spiritual sense of what it is that the Most High had put inside of him and his love and the connection is because every word of the Bible from front to back, back to front in every book, the whole entire time that I was pregnant with him, that's what he got. Somebody want to know, what does that mean for me? It mean a whole lot because that's my story and I know what it is that I went through with bearing of my first son and the promises that I made to the Most High. I don't care who you is that think that there is no higher source out there. You're not going to get me to give up on them. And guess what? Just from that promise alone of my first son, for the Most High to work in his life, gave me a deeper connection with the Most High. So spiritually, don't underestimate anyone while trying to gratify yourself. That self-edification is everything that's blasphemous. Let the others lift you up. Let them proclaim you to be great. Let them proclaim you to be built up and not just a martyr. This is something that comes from your culture. Nobody ever set themselves apart. I don't care how many of you don't agree with the Bible. I have my things that I don't agree with the projections of what it is that they tell you about what Jesus looked like and what they give you the picture of. That's my discrepancy. There's other discrepancies that I can point out, but just like other literary works of art, it has meaning in it too, and it has contradictions in it as well, because it is a compilation of many authors. That is confusion. That's like some of y'all who have all of these different personalities in your chats, and you're eating the words that they're saying and using them in your psyche. That's why you have the same confusion of what it is that's in that compilation of the Bible, because you're not standing on one thing while trying to connect with everything, and you already are everything. So you know that everything that is in existence because it all is being used. Whatever is not of a use, it becomes extinct. Do you think the dinosaurs would still be here if they were needed? They would still be here. And I'm even going forward thinking about that, because I haven't seen nobody in my region tell me that they found dinosaurs nowhere in Louisiana. They must have only been in a certain region. Or their bones don't exist in Louisiana because it's a harsher climate for them to still be able to be found. And then some people, I'm hearing you say, well, that's the reason why they have so much oil in Louisiana. But if that's the case, then the bones still should be able to be found in Louisiana. Or was it a different kind? Or maybe the dinosaurs that we have in Louisiana are the dinosaurs that's been around for ages, the alligators. But then if they were so dynamic, what made them shrink? These are the type of things that I think about. So don't even think you can dig further into my mind, because I would have to allow you to do so. That's why I'm sharing with you right now, so you don't feel like you have to rob, because I'm going to tell you, robbers get dealt with. And it ain't about no street law, no judicial law, because we talking about spiritual fruits that are being stole. So you're going to get dealt with spiritually. And then if you think that is of wickedness, you getting paid for your works according to what you are accountable for. So make that make sense. But you don't want to multiply on that, though. Every time, every attempt, every attack, right? Because it was one plus another one plus another one plus another one plus another one. One attack 5 times. It was the same attack 5 different times. But then you took another process. It became a different attack. You did that one 6 times. So you did 2 different attacks 11 times. Somebody trying to figure it out. Is that's just how simplex it is. You trying to think so far beyond that you are making it complicated, and it's not. It's very simple. People are very simple. We are the ones who make everything extravagant. We are the ones that make everything magical. We are the ones that make everything astronomical. We are the ones that make it all. Somebody's talking about the oil in my lamp, in my cup. Do you have enough in your own? And I'm talking about what you see, the reflection of the light shining off of me in the aspects of what it is that you say that we are. Right? Y'all say the women are the moon, which reflects the sun, which is a light. But I see the moon has its own light, its own shine. Some of you all, you gonna be needing some extra oil on your skin this summer. So make sure you're doing what you need to do on the inside and the outside. As so within, like y'all saying, so without. But I keep telling y'all, don't be without anything that you need. Have everything. And that's one thing I agree with that concept. As within, so without. Without mean without. And so with on the outside. Right? Because anything that I need on the inside, if it's good for me on the outside, I don't want to be without it. I still want to have it. But I ain't got time for the correct y'all. That's why y'all getting corrected on your own terms. And the people who y'all thinking putting their energy in for you is yourself. Self. Selves. Self. Piccolo. The character. Right? I'm about to tie him into this here. Is this, I don't know why I'm getting this feeling of somebody that is a certain person that's playing in my energy or want my energy or something that is very, very into Dragon Ball Z. And I'm so glad that my son was able to get me a little bit informed about these things because I'm feeling like it's some Kakarot's out there. Piccolo, Dragon Ball Z. This is from Wikipedia. In the 2011 game Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Tenkaichi, Piccolo is defeated. Piccolo in the Dragon Ball Z, this character is a green. He has antennas. He has a blue belt, right? And they say, here come the rain coming. I hear the thunder. Piccolo has shown many unique abilities throughout the series due to his Namekian psychology. Piccolo can expand his arms, move fast enough to not be seen, regenerate lost limbs of his body so long as he is the head, and so long as his head is still attached, right? And possesses superhuman hearing. How could he be a human when he looks like a creature? He's green. He got antennas. They say he has superhuman hearing and strength. So that means he's more stronger than a regular human. Super large body technique is what they say he have. Gigantification spells is what he's capable of doing. And it allows him to become gigantic to the point where he is capable of reaching mountain-like heights. He also has the ability to conjure objects such as garments and blades, including his cape and turban outfit. Among Piccolo's known psionic skills, what is psionic? Psionic was proposed discipline that applied principles of engineering, the study of paranormal and psychic phenomena such as extrasensory perception, telepathy, and psychokinesis. What are we talking about? Have the authors of the Dragon Ball Z not been inclined to what it is that the Piccolo instrument is capable of doing with its vibration and sound when it is harmonious being what am I did I say I was playing with y'all? No, I ain't say that. I said there's many games that we can play. I said that I could play with the children, but I don't play with them like that. Right? Fundamental play. Rough and tumble body play. There's all kind of play that we can think about when we're being taught in a matter that is phonetic. But we talking about this psionic skills that goes along with the Piccolo, the Pied Piper, the stretching beyond its means, giganticizing, making itself personified more than what it is, right? Regeneration of members of your body, your limbs, as long as your head is intact. What does that mean? A mind. He is able to communicate telepathically with select individuals. Do you understand what that means? That their mind is not open to everybody. It's only select individuals. So now here is we get into the part of when you think about group minds, hive minds. It is destruction, self-destruction. When an individual that has these abilities is what I'm getting from this, to do so and attack their own self who they connect with, that is select. Because in order for them to be select, you had to elect them to be able to select them to share their mind space. And why is this coming to importance as I'm hearing the thunder roar? Because I'm hearing him say, you better not start crying, but you better give this how I'm letting you get the information that's coming through. Because I'm going to do something if you start crying. Because he's talking in the thunder right now. Somebody want to know who is he. Go look it up. I already tell y'all, go look up everything that I'm saying. Now, here we get back to this realm here. Those of you who have been foretold that this is what is given to you. I'm going to use me. I'm a Piccolora. I'm not going to say I'm a Piccolo because in this particular aspect, we're talking about the attributes of the male version Piccolo. But I'm a Piccolora. And I have picked a select group of people who we connect with. But what is self-destructive is that you attack me when you are a select group that nobody else can pick up on what it is that we have this language between us. So what ultimately happens? You got a sick body because you're members of the body and you're dysfunction. So what is that? I'm about to bring you back to as above, so below, as within, so without. That's why you're without, because you're attacking on the inside of you. Don't nobody else know y'all share these abilities. You incorporated so many other people to where when your shit started shutting down or you started getting attacked because they was attacking the host, you wonder what happened. Because you were not supposed to include those who were not included. It's a select group. Let's get back to Piccolo, because these some Dragon Balls that need to be captured right now, is what I'm hearing. Thus, this enables him to read minds and mentally contact others nearby in one instance. That's what an instance is. He alerts Goten and Trunks. Do you know who Goten and Trunks is? Of Bobu's proximity to the dimension where the two were training. Do you hear it? You don't tell them about our dream connections. So now they tapping in and you on protective mode. Why? You gave them the gate. And then you talking about why there's a gatekeeper. When I tell you about my sacred garden, y'all never gonna get past that because you trying to invite people who not invited. The reason why they not invited is because they don't belong there. No, but y'all want to be at them Diddy parties, right? I'm glad I'm not invited to a lot of places because I don't belong there. And you need to know the same. Now I'm talking back to my collective. Be selective, collective. Don't ever make them think that you don't have the ability to select who you invite into your mind space, into your heart space, in any of your spaces, physically, spiritually, and mentally. Be very selective and understand what it is when you hearing a tapping. This is the tapping. You're looking out the peephole. Who are you? Is what you thinking. Because this is an unexpected visitor. They don't even supposed to have your address. How you get to my door. And now your behaviors are very, very, very alerting and alarming to me because of the time that you are trying to get to me. I don't have company at this time. And I definitely don't have company that don't call me before they come. Family or friends. And this is the God's honest truth. Because when I don't want to be bothered, I don't want to be bothered. The only reason why you're going to come looking for me is if you haven't heard from me in months. That's when you need to do something. If you go with 2 weeks without hearing from me, call me. If I pick up the phone and say something, I'm good, then go another 2 weeks. Because obviously I am doing some self-medications and self-meditation, some self-healing, some self-observing so I can be a better me for you. That's what you need to do the same. But back to this message that is the actual happening of us connecting and you allowing other people to be in a space that they were not welcome. You invited the enemy in, not me. Because you were select. But you want to share that because you were so honored to have this, what they did not have. That's like a man or a woman go and run and tell everybody about how good the person is in bed. To the boys or the girls or anybody who they thought they could tell. And then they wonder, oh, why they trying to get at my man? Why they trying to get at my girl? What's going on? Why they trying to get at my woman? Why they trying to get? Because you ran out. Did your elders ever tell you to keep your bedroom dealings to yourself? That's your sacred space. The sacral chakra. Not the root, but we're going to get to the root of it. Because we thinking about the seed in the mind. Many fruits have one seed. Many fruits have multiple seeds in that one encapsulation. Those seeds are almost like those peas in the pod. One pod with multiple seeds. They're not divided. They their own seed because you know they all gonna be shaped different. I just ate an orange yesterday that had seeds and I'm spitting them out. I was like, oh damn, I forgot this one is a seeded one. Let me just, and you look at them, they shape different, but they come from the same orange inside of that. Getting back to Piccolo. So these dimensions where they're training, thinking about the mind space, right? The levels of the mind. Inside of that, we know we keep all of the keys to the functions of every organ inside of the mind. What is happening there? The signals are being sent to those dimensions where they function, right? That's in the training. How is it trained? How you train in those dimensions? How you train in those dimensions is the thoughts of what it is that you're sending to your cells. Excuse me. And how well your cells are going to be receptive to receiving that light, that information code, that energy to convey to the operation for it to function. Why did I say the operation for it to function? Because you got to go back to where we started at when I was talking about what I said about the motherboard and tapping into your own divine code that the energy put inside. So don't think that I'm not on the same page. All right. Like many other characters in Dragon Ball, Piccolo has the ability to flight through the technique called Bukujitsu. All right. And if you want to know how that spell is Buku. There's Jutsu. All right. It is called air dance technique. He also possessed an attack called the Barakasuma, if that's what it is. Bakuretsusumah. All right. An exploding wave or a destructive wave in English or anime dub, which is fired with one hand being supported by the other. See that? One hand in support of the other. Somebody told you, don't let your right hand know what your left hand doing, and you lived in that. You honored that. And this was pertaining to, and the connotation that they set it in, dealing with the connection between the divine masculine and the divine feminine. That's how your house is divided. Because your right hand don't work with your left hand. But with the piccolo, kapa, both of them at your nine. I've been told y'all that my sides work well together. When I make a mold, do I need to do it again? Where is it? Give me some more clay. When I make a mold, this is the clay. I'm going to do it one more time, because somebody didn't see it happen before. When I take my hands, how well do they not work together? I am a maker. I'm a creator. How well are they not when you molding life? Are they not supporting one another? But look what we got this time. This what we got first. This what we got second. This what we got tertiary. Now let's roll something around. Because see, I'm going to bring it back there too. So that make you think. Is the universe shaping the earth the shape that it is? Because you just see me roll this in my hand. That's how you make a ball, which could be considered a spear. There's just questions that you need to ask yourself or go find information out. I don't need you to tell me. All right, so using both of the hands together, working hand in hand. That's why the symbol of loyalty is two hands like this. One of them like that and like this. So when you turn it both ways, you see the same thing. This is the symbol of loyalty. Hand in hand. But it's not just within the one self, it's in the one self and another one, and they self and another one. These are the multiples. All right? But we can group those multiples. One of Piccolo's most powerful attacks is the Manicapasso. And it is lit. It's called a demonic screw light cannon or light of death. And vis magna or a special beam cannon. What is vis magna? It is a fantasy, adventure, mystery, romance. Thousands of magna volumes is what they have that at, okay? That's on the sidebar. So, special beam cannon control in English, anime dub, and attack pierces its targets like a drill rather than enveloping them or exploding on contact. Drilling. You see that? So let's get back to what it all is. Thinking about the piccolo. Thinking about the instrument, the character, and what it is they both possess the ability to do. What it says that the piccolo spiritual things are and channeling energy to unite people. Doesn't it say that Piccolo has the ability for select people to come together in the mind, all right? And to facilitate meditation. Didn't it say that in that process, going training in other dimensions, what is meditation? If it's not bringing you to another dimension of yourself, conveying profound messages that enhance rituals and sanctify spaces, guiding us towards spiritual enlightenment. The piccolo, with its unique sound and historical lineage, can entirely evoke emotions that connect with the spiritual realm. And these are some fascinating things to know about the piccolo. While the flute's origin can be traced back to 43,000-year-old bones from a mute swan found in a German cave, the piccolo's lineage is a bit more cloudy. It was the smallest member of the Renaissance consort of transverse flutes and continued to be used as an octave instrument above larger flutes. Early piccolos found their place in orchestral works representing storms and angry gods. Oh my goodness. That's why I hear thunder off in a distance. There's no coincidence. And people wonder why things are happening. They're just wondering. But then there's this whole movement of just talking about it, not really practicing the things that they talk about, right? We see some of us are learning together. But those of you all who are so advanced and know it all and have it all figured out, why are you still talking about the same things? And why aren't you out here moving around doing something that is functionally making a difference in somebody else's life without being like those who you talk about that is supposed to be in high power? You are becoming like those who you do not want to idolize, is becoming idols. People going to do it anyway, because everybody's always looking for somebody to lead them, especially because they lost. And it don't have to be because they are sheep. Wolves get lost. Anything on earth that is outside of its territory has the ability to get lost. Just like y'all saying, some of the aliens that have crashed their vehicles here have gotten lost. Ain't trying to find a way home, E.T. So don't think that you are obsolete from any of what it is that's going on here. I'm not trying to make myself obsolete from that. Because I know that people, when they want to do you something, they will try their hardest to do you something. Spiritually, physically, or mentally. And then when it gets to a physical thing, then that shows every bit of how diabolical they really are, because they taken the action when they could have just been mindful of their thoughts before they became their actions. In summary, the piccolo's spiritual meaning lies not only in its sound, but also in the rich history, craftsmanship, and the emotion it invokes when it is played. So, what are we learning today? About the sound that resonates within our music that is being played through the piccolo or even the flute. What are the ideas and the concepts that we see about this? It could be from the wives' tales, folklore stories about the Pied Piper, as well as the story that is in comic strips about Piccolo, the character. And this is where I'm about to leave y'all at. Take whatever you take with you to resonate how you want to resonate with you. We have the 518. Help, confidence, and happiness is coming. We have the piccolo with all of those spiritual connections and invoking a higher octave and thought and stuff like that being able to happen. Then we have the Angel number 14, which is love, spiritual growth, and reassurance that everything is going to come and be okay with that. And then that is, what is it that's coming? Positive changes in your life. You got to isolate yourself from those negative things that are trying to penetrate your essence, your auric field. I didn't get, now that's one of the things that I didn't do. They have 14 angels prayer for a lot of things. 14 angels prayer for love, 14 angels prayer for peace, 14 angels prayer for wisdom, 14 angels prayer for healing, 14 angels prayer for guidance, 14 angels prayer for strength, 14 angels prayer for prosperity, 14 angels prayer for protection, and 14 angels prayer for forgiveness. And this is where I'm going to end at. Somebody is in that state of wanting forgiveness. If it is from the Most High or anyone else, even from me, I forgive you, but you have to forgive yourself so that you won't keep making the same mistakes with me. I'm listening to the sound of the thunder so I can know what's being said. Somebody wanna know what that 14 angels prayer for peace is. It's a pray for the angels to bring peace and harmony to the home. Heavenly Father, I come before you with a humble heart, seeking your divine intervention in my home. I ask for assistance. This is the help part. See though? How I go back with help? They're not gonna lead me to the wrong because they don't want me to lead you wrong, because they know that there were people that have led me wrong. That's why I found out that you don't have to have nobody lead you. We are all leaders. We following behind somebody. We all followers and leaders at the same time. But if you're looking for them to lead you because you lost, if they lost, you definitely gonna be still lost. Okay. So this is why I'm gonna leave y'all at, because I love y'all and I want all us to be healed and well, succeed, and have what we need. Right? I want us to all have what we need. That is important. Then we won't have to be out here projecting on uh, each other our pains and saying that they making us do such and such. Texas about to get hit with some tornadoes. Huge hail is over Louisiana and Texas. See, that's how I know. I'm gonna have to tell y'all this right now. For those of y'all who think that these storms that's happening is because of some type of device that they're using that is going specifically to isolated places, no, that's not. That's because of some of you all who have a prominent position in humanity that's supposed to be helping us. Y'all misleading the people. That's y'all energy. That's where y'all residing at. How you gonna say that you Aniji, you indigenous, and you gonna think that the ancestors that you come from that told you that the spirit of their most high was in everything in nature is gonna allow some manipulation like that to happen? Y'all crazy. Y'all ain't what y'all say y'all are. Y'all are becoming what you claim to be. Big risk in Texas and Louisiana. Ain't because no devices that they're using. It's because of you being divisive. Your lies only have a certain amount of time that they can expand. And the ancestors trying to show y'all. But that is what is the most confusing part, is that these people who say they this and that or whatever, they still want to give credit to that low vibrational being for being able to override their ancestors. That let me know how defeated you are. So when I call on the tribe up and ride up, when we getting up, I know y'all won't be part of that in the piccolo. Just that self-destruction. That's the hand that the enemy fan with. That's the same spirit that got Brother Martin killed. That's that same spirit that got Brother Malcolm killed. That's that same spirit that got Brother Tupac killed. That's that same spirit that got Brother Biggie killed. And so many others that I can name. They ruin. Ooh. Because they telling me I'm saying what I'm saying is right. Y'all give too much credit to something that you say that don't have no power. But you calling it upon yourself for doing wicked. That's why tomorrow is going to be about the consciously corrupt. Go ahead and think about what it is that made you start on the journey to where you are with your claim to fame. Think about all of the energy that you put into what it was that you were doing on your claim to fame. Think about all of the corrupted steps that you took to get fame or obtain monetary wealth. And then you figure out where you at on the side of your ancestors, who you say that are your ancestors, if you are an indigenous American. And see, you can question me all day. They already laid it out for you. I'm going to stand in my namesake. I don't care who else don't like it. In multiple ways. Why do I say this? Because at a young age, I searched for myself. That's what my father told me. You want to know about you? Find out. Your name have meaning. Go look for it. In every corner, in every aspect of what it is that I could look for, what the substance of my name had meaning of, I found all of it, high and low. That's why I tell you, ain't no place where I won't go, because I know where I could come from, out of, what I can be in, that I am not. But presently, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And tomorrow will be that present. And the day after that will be that present. And the day after that will be a present moment. Because I'm not too far stuck in the past, right? What is that? Hurt, harm, danger, about what it was that those who went against the grain of what was already set in stone here for a profitable living without having to pay for anything other than with your work upon the land, taking the time to till the land, some road, clear some roads, plant some seeds, or whatever it was. Oh my goodness, I'm not about to react like that. I felt it. My hands felt like doing something. I felt somebody's energy. And it was just at that moment where I say, you know what? I'm not about to do that. Because I'm leaving this for my children and their children to see. And I got out of those low vibrations, right? Ooh, look, the thunder. He's saying, right, don't do it. I'm going to do it for you. It's what the Most High is telling me, what my ancestors saying. The ones that I know that they come from saying that we are gods of the air, we're gods of the water, we're gods of the land, gods of the animals. Right? They the gods of that. So who is the one that is making it be moved if we saying that they capable, that someone else that is not us is capable of doing it? Oh my goodness. But you wondering why y'all cities being affected. Y'all wondering why they have what it is that's going on, because y'all want to get a credit to the low vibration of people for bringing these storms. So now you have become deterred away from your right hand to know that they are working in your favor. But that means if it ain't working in your favor, then that's not who you are. You are the enemy. So you must be casted out, is what I'm hearing them say. This is the time when you need to be able to define really what it is that you are and who you are. Somebody say, who are you? What are you? Do you know? No, you don't know because you're confused. Do you know what power lies within? No, you don't, because you're saying that other people have power over the things that your ancestors had power over. That's why you're confused. That's why you're sitting sad when a storm come and you have everything that you have get lost because of a tornado. Because you're not giving reverence. You're not being grateful for what it is that you already have. And you definitely not giving reverence to your ancestors if you're indigenous and thinking that is some device that somebody else is using, because we know that we say we looking up to the sky. Why we looking up to the sky? Because the breath of life get released and it go back to where it come from. You take your last breath in, eventually all of those breaths got to come back out of you. Your body is going to release everything that you took in, even your plasma got to come out of its shell. I don't want to get graphic. I keep trying to get on, but it's just like more and more, 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 more. This is it. Go back. You question everything I say, look it up, and then go do what y'all good for doing. Presenting to the people bits of pieces of what it is that you got here in a high volume. Thank you for what it is that y'all do, good and bad, but also for the ability for me to become more self-aware, right? Thank you.